respected Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi ma'am, Group Director, Lloyd Group of Institutes, Dr. Ashok Tiwari sir, Director, Lloyd Business School, our respected eminent guest speaker today, Dr. Nimit Gupta, Professor with NorthCap University, Gurugram, participants of the FDP, our faculty members, a very good morning to all of you. I, Dr. Famina Khalid, on behalf of Lloyd Business School, welcomes you all for one-day FDP on academic business cases, development and execution. A brief introduction about Lloyd Business School. Lloyd Business School was established in 2004 in Greater Noida under the kind aegis of Mr. Manohar Tharani, Honorable President of Lloyd Group of Institutes. Lloyd Business School is a privately endowed, co-educational, modern-day frontline business school approved by AICTE, Ministry of HRD, Government of India. The guiding philosophy of Lloyd Business School is to integrate theoretical knowledge with practical application for creating highly skilled and employable management professionals. Owing to the educational needs of the world, Lloyd Business School runs a 2-year full-time postgraduate diploma in management that is approved by AICTE, Ministry of HRD, Government of India. We also have with us today Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi, ma'am, who is currently working at Lloyd Group of Institutions, Greater Noida as Group Director. Madam is a gold medalist from Delhi University with work experience of more than 16 years, including industrial experience at Ranbaxy Research Laboratories, Gurugram, and at Smart Analysts Incorporation, Gurugram. She has a track record of achieving results consistently, has received several recognitions and team excellence appreciation awards from various organizations. Leading Lloyd the right way and keeping students first from the last 15 years at Lloyd, Dr. Vandana is determined to take Lloyd to new heights. May I request Vandana ma'am to kindly address the participants today. Vandana ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Femina. I take this opportunity to greet and welcome our guest speaker for today's FDP, Dr. Nimit, and also my dear most faculty, our director, sir, Dr. Ashok Tiwari, and faculty who have joined us for this FDP from so many colleges across the nation. It is such a great privilege to host you on this online platform for the FDP that is being organized on business cases. And all thanks to our faculty and coordinators of the FDP who take a lot of effort in getting the right speaker and the right audience to talk about just the right and very upcoming topic, and which is actually a need of the hour by all the researchers. So I'm sure it is going to be very fruitful, and you're going to spend, I think, close to 6 to 7 hours with us today. And we would definitely want to know what's your feedback on this. A lot has been said about Lloyd in her introductory address by Dr. Femina. But I would just like to add little things that, I have wanted to really share with my own faculty also. There is a book that I'm reading. You must have read, this Atomic Habits. And something that really stuck me in the last 2-3 days that I have been reading this is a difference between learning for a goal and learning to create a system. So what the book says is that, I'll just take 2 minutes on this. What the book says is that, learning or changing a habit is very, very important. Certain things we want to do, it could be, change in the exercise regime, it could be our health, it could be our eating habits, or most importantly, it could be the way we learn and why we want to learn. So learning is also a habit. As in words of Steve Jobs also, he says, stay foolish, stay hungry. So we as faculty also definitely want and should be learners for our lifelong. Going back to goal and system. So in this book, they say that sometimes we do things, like learning to achieve a particular goal. For example, you have to pass an exam after 3 months from now. So you start learning from today to clear the exam. As soon as the exam is over, we kind of, don't pay a lot of stress on learning more about the subject. In fact, we forget it till the time we get the next exam. Same could be with, our faculty as well. There could be a goal that we have set that in these 3 months, I'm going to write a research paper, and then that is it. Once the research paper is written, then we go into the laxity mode for another 3 months or 6 months or so. Whereas if we put these things into our habit of creating a system, like for example, every day I'm going to spend 2 hours on reading a research paper, or probably just writing 1 page or half a page of something that I have read, or of an upcoming topic, or something that is close to my heart, or something that I'm researching on, comes into your system. So every evening, 9 to 9:30, 9 to 10, I sit on the study table and write this 1 page. It comes into our system, and in fact, these systems are seen so much in animals. They go by patterns. If they have to eat at 5 and then 11 and 3 and 5, that is how the pattern they follow, because it comes into their habit. So once we are learning only to achieve a goal, it is not wrong to have a goal set in front of us. It is a target we have to achieve. But more so, if we get into the learning habit, ingrained into our system, that this is a system we are changing. From today, I'm going to make 1% increment. Today, I suppose, meditate for 10 minutes. Tomorrow, I'm going to meditate for 11 minutes, and then 12 and 13, 14, 30 minutes, which is going to, really bring a difference into my habits. So that is how we need to, increment. We are going to increment these changes into our system. And learning definitely is one of them. I'm so happy that our faculty is so hungry for knowledge, so hungry to learn, that they're ready to spend a weekend. It's a cold, chilly weekend in Delhi today, sitting with their mufflers and caps and everything and jackets on to attend this FDP for the entire day. Because it is curfew in Delhi, you could have easily spent it, relaxing on your beds. But you chose to sit on your desks and attend the FDP. That is half the mission achieved. And that shows that you're hungry for knowledge. You really want to learn and definitely use this knowledge, for further research cases. And warm welcome again. And really thankful that you could all join. And thanks to Dr. Nimit. Thanks, Dr. Ashok Tiwari and his team for organizing this for us. And a lot of faculty from the entire campus is going to be joining us to, learn more and more. Thank you, Dr. Femina, for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vandana, ma'am, for your kind words of wisdom. Of course, inculcating learning as a habit is something that we're going to take away from this FDP as well. I would like to introduce our director, Professor Dr. Ashok Tiwari, who is associated with the Lloyd Business School as a director. Sir is an MBA from Pumba University of Pune and MS in Psychotherapy and Counseling. He has completed his doctorate in management discipline. He completed his MDP from IIM Ahmedabad on Innovating for Excellence program for leaders in management education. He is also a certified IMA BizLab trainer. He has spent 23 years of his career into teaching, research, and training, and has worked with organizations like Birla Corporation Limited, Prism System Cement Limited, Boss Profiles Limited. And during the last 15 years, he has undertaken various research projects, consultancies, and training programs for corporate world. May I request Sir to kindly address the participants? Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Femina madam. Thank you, Vandana madam, inspiring opening address. Good morning, everyone. I welcome Dr. Nimit Gupta, the resource person of the day, for conducting the session on the development and execution of case studies. I also welcome all the participants for joining this online session. There are 6 levels of cognitive learning according to the revised version of Bloom's Taxonomy. Each level is conceptually different. The 6 levels are remembering, understanding, applying, analyzing, evaluating, and creating. The case method is an excellent way for students to learn new cognitive skills, as well as to improve on their analysis and evaluation skills. In working through the case studies, business students are actively engaged in the process of abstracting basic principles, Case writing also helps the faculty members create new cases, thereby working on the highest level of Bloom's taxonomy. Cases, as all of us understand, expose students to real business dilemmas and decisions. Cases teach students to size up business problems quickly, while considering the broader organizational, industry, and the prevalent social context. Students are able to recall the concepts better when they are set in a case, much as people remember words better when used in a context. Cases teach students how to apply theory in practice and how to induce theory from practice. The case method of learning cultivates the capacity for critical analysis, judgment, decision-making, and action. Case studies, it is told, help learners develop their meta skills. Meta skills are a group of long-lasting abilities that allows someone to learn new things more quickly. In the same way, let me suggest 7 vital meta skills students gain from the case study method of learning. They are preparation, discernment, bias recognition, judgment, collaboration, curiosity, and self-confidence. And these meta skills have been derived from taking inputs from the students who had set up very successful careers after completing their management program. With these few words, now I request Dr. Nimit Gupta to please go ahead with the session on case studies, development, and execution. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashok Tiwari, our director, sir, for your kind words of wisdom. Before Dr. Nimit would take over the session, I would like to just go through the important guidelines for the participants regarding the workshop today. As you all know, that this is going to be a live YouTube session and it is an online mode of workshop. I request all the participants to kindly enter with their first and last name, which will also be required for their e-certificates and their attendance today in the workshop. Participants are requested not to ask the questions during the sessions. There will be a 10-minute slot given after each session. And there will also be a group picture at the end of the session, at the end of the third session at around 3:30. And it is a request that all the participants should turn their videos on at that time. E-certificates shall be issued after the FDP is completed. And the feedback form is duly filled in by all the participants. So I request all the participants to do fill up the feedback form at the end of the session, and do wait until the photograph, a group photograph with our eminent speaker is taken. So this is a request from all the participants. As you all know, the session, you all must be aware about the program schedule. So program schedule, we begin the session now. This is the program schedule. It has already been circulated to all. And now may I request Dr. Poornima Madan to kindly introduce our resource person, Dr. Nimit Gupta. Dr. Poornima Madan, over to you, please.
Thank you, Dr. Famina. As we all know, the topic for today's FDP is Academic Business Cases, Development and Execution, which will be delivered by our eminent resource person, Professor Dr. Nimit Gupta, who is currently associated as Professor with NorthCap University, Gurugram. Dr. Nimit Gupta is a seasoned academician in outcome-based education. He is a certified marketing trainer trained by Dr. Philip Portler. He is qualified marketing expert from University of British Columbia, Canada, and Kyoto University, Japan. He has 18 plus years of experience in teaching, academic administration, consultancy, and research. He has presented 30 plus research papers, cases, articles in national and international seminars organized by IIM Ahmedabad, FMS, IIT Mumbai, BIMTech, IMT, etc. He has published 45 plus research papers, cases, articles in journals of repute, including Journal of Digital and Social Media, Journal of Teaching and Case Studies, Journal of Marketing and Communication, International Journal of Customer Relations, Indian Journal of Marketing, etc. He is a prolific case writer, and his cases are available in Case Center for classroom usage. He is a recipient of several Scholastic Performance Awards, including the Best Case Award, Case Center USA, Best Case Writing Mentor, Katatsatsi, Excellent in Research Award, Dias, MATE's Best Faculty Awardee, Salam Delhi Excellence in Education Awardee, Econ's Award for Outstanding Contribution in Higher Education, and many more such accolades to his name. We welcome you, sir. May I request you to kindly take over the session and share your expert perspective on case writing with all of us. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. And thank you, Dr. Purnima, for such a nice welcome. And in fact, my heartfelt wishes to Dr. Vandana as well as Dr. Ashok for giving me such a nice hospitality, though online. And thankful to Dr. Femina for making the things perfectly fine till now. And I'm hoping that the things will be absolutely flawless in the next hours of our discussion. Right? Before I begin, I just want to set up certain norms. The first norm is that don't assume me that I'm your teacher, I'm your facilitator, right? So the moment it comes a facilitator, my role is to facilitate the learnings, right? So don't assume, and I even don't want that I should be lecturing all through the next 6 hours. So it is just like I want to make my life simple. So I will be giving so many tasks, right? So it will be a workshop where you will be doing so many of tasks. And I promise, right, that at the end of the day, you will have a good skeleton of your expected case in your hand. And probably like it is said by Dr. Vandana, it is a tangible output. And what I'm expecting that another 2 to 3 months, you will be in a position to publish your case, right? So it is not like you listen and the things goes on. It is just like that you have to do the working. And I will be requesting Dr. Purnima that if possible, she can share my number with all of you. And I don't mind having an interaction after these sessions with anybody, because what I believe is that if we collaborate with each other, we are able to build a better research ecosystem in our country, right? So I don't mind giving anyone any particular sessions post this workshop as well, right? Please feel free to have a discussion with me. And at the same time, next very important rule is that please feel free to have your viewpoint discussed with me. I little bit barge into a different territory. I don't mind certain questions which are coming to me, provided they are coming in the chat box, right? So you can put upon your question in the chat box. It is okay. Reason because sometimes we have those particular questions which are very, very immediate, right? And I appreciate. So please try to restrict your questions to the chat box, right? So that we can have the resolvement of those particular questions in between if they are very, very urgent, right? And if it is not, of course, we'll be taking them in a question answer session, right? Now, moving ahead with this particular workshop, the last important instruction from my side is that you must have the pen and a paper ready with you, right? Which you can procure for at least 2-3 months and which will be acting as a guide for you, right? So I will be giving you so many tasks, right? So like rightly said by Dr. Vandana, there is winter, there is fog, there is curfew and everything, and I'm the culprit, right? Who is making you not to enjoy your fritters or tea or coffee or whatever, right? And believe me, the whole objective is to have a fruitful learning, right? I always learn when I do the workshops like this, right? So it is like we all are learning. Don't assume me that I am on the other side of table. I'm just a part of you, right? And together we are coming up with one beautiful creation of ours, and that is our case, right? Having said that, the next thing which is very, very important to diverge into is that I just want to know how many of you have ever thought of writing of your case, right? So please raise up your hand. In fact, you can do the thumbs up or whatever seems comfortable to you using your platform. How many of you thought of writing a case before? Karthikeya, very fine. Anybody else? Okay, right. Apart from that, okay, Dr. Imad, right? Apart from that, the next question, oh, Dr. Neetu as well. The next question comes in, yeah, right. Dr. Ademei over there. Right. The next question which comes in, that when it comes to cases, I just want to give you one beautiful piece of information, that when we write, I'm not criticizing research papers though, but when we write a research paper, right, we are giving our intellectual property to someone who is more or less like a publisher, right? And that publisher puts our research paper into a depository, which is not free. Any organization, any institution, any individual, if want to access my paper, they have to pay money to that particular publisher, right? And the story ends. But in case the reverse happens, if I deposit my case into a depository, and if my case is being used across the world, I am supposed to get a royalty. So what I'm trying to give you is that if you're writing a case, apart from 3-4 different plus things, which includes your recognition, which includes your research publication, you also have a chance to be monetarily rewarded with reference to your case. Though in academics, we always say money is not a right word. And every one of us, when it comes to business, we say, oh my God, profit is such a negative word, right? But it is the positive word, right? Because if there is no profit, nobody will work on, right? So I'm not saying go for money. I'm saying that there are so many hidden benefits of case writing, which is being out there. And out of that, the most important benefit of case writing to me is that when I take back case to my class for my students, I feel wow. And my students also feel the same. They feel that the case which they are decoding, the case which they are analyzing, is written by the same faculty who is teaching. So it makes a different teaching aura in the class. That is the biggest motivation for me to write down a case. Right? I divulged into this particular case writing almost 12 years back with this particular viewpoint, that when I was teaching one of the case in my class, I found that the case is something confined to the American context. Students are not able to gel along with it. And then I thought of that, why should not we have Indian cases? Because I'm teaching Indian students, right? So that what makes me shift towards writing towards cases. And that what is the transition point in my life. The same thing I want to have it for you, that think with reference to how you can take back your research back into your classroom, right? And that gives you a very super feeling. So having said that, now I will be moving across with reference to maybe half an hour I will be spending now on the basics of cases, and then we will be moving on with the actual workshop with reference to doing certain of the task, right? So I am just now sharing my screen, right, where I will be focusing on with reference to basic nuances of case writing. I hope my slide is visible to everyone. Yeah, it is visible. Perfect, perfect. I can see the heads nodding, right? So when I see the business case writing, I see and move on with reference to that when we are saying what exactly is a case, right? And when we're looking upon a business case and what exactly is a case, I can look across that a case is basically a snapshot of all the different activities which have been taken at a particular point in time, right? So it can be an activity which is from 1990 to 2000, 2000 to 2005, or whatever a time frame which measures on, right? For example, if you look across over here, we have plethora of cases which are focusing on the organizations like Nokia. We have case on a brand called Chios, right, which is basically disturbing the entire community with reference to tea lovers and something of that sort. We also have cases coming from Bollywood movies. And of course, we have cases which are confined to an individual. Like you can see over here, the person, anybody can guess who this person is. You can put up on your viewpoints in the chat box. Anyone who can give me which particular individual I'm talking to here, of course. Who is this guy? Anyone? Any guesses? Any guesses who this person is? Anyone? Right, so this guy is Fanish Murthy, who is basically involved with the aspect of the sex scandal with reference to the Tatas, right? And that person is also being taken care upon with reference to case. And we have different versions of case which come into this particular aspect. So the broad idea is that when we are looking upon case, right, it is just like we are focusing on with reference to what exactly a case is all about, right? So when we are saying what exactly a case is all about, so it is basically we are saying that it is a snapshot taken at a particular point in time, and that defines the boundary of the case. See, when we are looking upon a case, we always have a particular boundary, because if we don't have a boundary, in that reference, the case always have the different dimensions in this particular regard, right? So it is very, very important that when we are looking across with the case, we try to look across with a particular boundary out here, right? And for this particular boundary, when we look across, the things will come into that particular reference. So when we are looking upon this particular aspect with reference to what exactly is the case, anyone having any doubt till so far, please put across your viewpoint in the chat box with reference to that. Are you able to understand that when we are looking upon a case, it is basically a snapshot at a particular point in time? Yeah, do we agree on that? Anyone having any particular concern till so here, please put across your viewpoint in the chat box. I just want to have a discussion going on rather than I speak as a monologue. We want to have a dialogue, right, Tafin? Right, so that is where we look across. And now in the next slide of mine, which I will be sharing with you, I am focusing on that what are the different ways by which you can develop your cases, right? And when I'm saying the different ways by which you can share your case, the next important thing which will come into our consideration is that a case can be of basically these four types, right? It can be basically of these four types, and you have to spend good amount of time over here to understand this. That the first is what we refer to as a company field case. A company field case basically refers to that you are developing a case on a company, and it is a field case, which means you are practically going towards the company officials, extracting the information, and it is just like a primary data-based case coming from a company's origin, right? For example, in Indian sense, if you look across, right, there are so many things which are happening across, right? And if you identify one particular company and then you try to develop a case out of it, taking the primary interviews of those particular owners and everything, that is where you try to put across with reference to the company field cases. Let me give you one example over here, right? For example, if you look across, we can see that Paytm, when came up with their IPO, it was not so much successful in the share market for that particular reason. So is it possible that you can go across with certain officials of Paytm, right, and develop a case with reference to what exactly is the next course of action for Paytm? Right, that is what we qualify it to be a company field case. Caution that this is not so easy. Reason being, you require a company's permission, you require a company's data, and for this particular data, you require a network, right? So that is where, when I'm looking for a company field cases, my suggestion to you is never thought of that you have to only develop a case for the best brands of the world. You always have small and medium enterprises. You have local for vocal concept, where you can have cases for those particular companies which are not known to the world, maybe very, very smaller in terms of their target audience, but these companies exist. You can have an easy access to these particular companies. You can have an easy access to have an interview with the owners, managers of this particular company, and you can go across and develop certain field cases out of the same. I give you one more example to get a clarification. For instance, if we look across over here, I'm just now developing one particular case for an organization which is basically having a business of around 50 crores before the lockdown happened, right? I'm talking of the 2019 and 2020 lockdown, right? And that company was primarily into cosmetics. But because of lockdown and everything, they were almost shuttered what to do. And then they moved on into the business of sanitizers. So I'm developing a case for them. And that company is not a very big fancy company. But when I'm interacting with the owners, with the managers, with the distributors, I'm able to get the real pain. And that is what I call as a company field case, right? So in a company field case, when we are moving across, the basic idea is to have the primary data coming up from that particular company. Over here, anyone having any thought in their mind? Anyone having any thought in their mind? Or you're able to think of any particular company where you can go across and have a primary case for them? Anyone? Please put across in the chat box if you are able to think of in that particular reference, or anyone having any concern over here. If not, I will be moving across with the next version, which is my individual field cases. Right, so like we have it for a company, we have the same thing happening on with reference to an individual. For example, I can do the similar kind of case for Kiran Bedi, or for a particular individual. Like I was talking to you about Fanish Murthy in the previous slide, that becomes an individual field case, right? And there are so many individual field cases available across the world. And I give you the best favorite of mine was on the leadership style of Barack Obama. But similarly in India, you have multiple cases which are coming up with reference to the leadership style of Modi, leadership style of Yogi, right? Or those particular individuals which are comparatively known. For instance, if we look upon in India, we have a lady who has been instrumental with a brand called Nykaa, right? So that is what I'm looking for. Different individuals who have the fame in that particular industry, who are known for that. And you can always have an individual field cases for them, where you focus on their charismatic powers, on their leadership style, on their motivation pattern, and so on and so forth, right? Again, not very easy, but requires a good networking with that particular individual in that particular context, right? So if you look upon these first two cases are more or less coming up from the primary domain, where you require the primary information, right? Now, practically, what I'm trying to give you is try to diverge into the first step of your case writing, which will give you the edge. And you can start from the next one, which is an experience case, right? Which is an experience case, which basically means a case which you are developing out of your own experience. So what happens that when we interact in the community, when we go out, when we go for any particular thing, we all have different experiences which are coming up. And these experiences can also be translated into the case, which is not primary, but they're moving up in the secondary domain, right? I give you an example over here, which you can understand pretty well. And I will be showcasing that case to you in the due course of time. I, along with my father way back, was being into a hospital for my father's appointment. And over there, I found out that After a while, there was a scuffle which was going up between one patient kin and with reference to the reception executive, with the viewpoint that doctor is not available, right? And the moment it was the doctor is not available, right, there was a whole chaos which was happening on, and that what led to me in developing one of my case. Right, so this is an experience of yours, experience of someone else, and that is where you are able to gain that particular case. So this is comparatively easier because it does not require the permission, it does not require the primary data, and it's basically coming up from your own experience, right? And the lastly, which is out there, is your armchair cases. Armchair case is basically a case which has no primary data. It is only based upon a secondary data, and from where you develop a case from the information which is available in the secondary domain, right? So when we are looking upon this armchair or secondary database cases, that is why the word is armchair, because you don't have to go anywhere. From the different resources which are available on the internet, the newspapers, the media articles, the magazines, the business reports, and so on and so forth, you're able to extract data, and then you can develop a case out of here, right? So these are the 4 different cases which you can diverge into, right? My idea over here is that think of these particular 4 different types of cases in your mind, right? And you can segregate them into as CF, which is company field, IF, which is individual field, E is experience, and A is armchair. I'm repeating, CF is company field, IF is individual field, E is experience, and A is armchair, right? And I want every one of you to please put across that which particular case you want to diverge into in the chat box, right? Write down the acronyms for these particular cases in the chat box, that which case you want to diverge into. You have 4 options, which is CF, IF, E, and A. Please write down. Okay. Nityanand, right. Looking forward for everybody's answer. CF, right. Company field, right. So far, I have received only 3 responses. Looking for more. We are Dr. Imad. CF, right. CF. Right. Right. So when we are looking upon AC to start with, right? See, when I'm looking upon these different types of cases, I've given you the flavor of each of them. Now I give you how to move across and gives you one particular way out by which you can diverge into this particular case writing. And that is why when I'm looking upon certain important tips with reference to the case writing, right, these looks like this, right? And this is something which gives you the early connect with the case. First step, your case is basically the practical version of theory and a concept, right? Like we have the director of layout, Dr. Saab said that we have the Bloom's taxonomy. So in Bloom's taxonomy, we have the basic level, which is your understanding. So your theory is understanding, but case is an application, right? So in case, we don't write theory on a concept, but in our mind, that theory or concept will be there, and we'll try to imbibe the same thing into the case. How? We will study in the due course of time. There has to be a hook in the case. Now, for this hook in the case, let me give you the viewpoint that case is no alike than a movie, right? And in a movie, you all have masala, right? You have what next? Ab kya hoga? Kya ye isko marega? Kya ye isko nahi marega? And those particular kind of things. So when we are looking upon a hook, it is always a dilemma in our mind, right? So I'm asking one question to you, right? And the question goes like this, in a particular case, do you think there should be a problem? And your answer has to be yes or no. Do you think in a case there has to be a problem? Please type in the chat box. Do you think in a case there has to be a problem? And for problem, I mean with reference to that, it's not only a problem, it can be an opportunity as well. Right? So when we have a problem or an opportunity, we must have different kind of solutions for that. Right? For example, if I look across in today's scenario, right, we have different kind of problems which are coming from technology orientation and so on and so forth. So when we are looking upon a problem, do you think that problem should have one solution or more than one solution? In a case, you eye for one solution or multiple solution? Please put upon your viewpoints. We all are learning, right? So don't worry. If you write wrong, right, there is nothing like that. Okay, Nityanand, you are saying multiple solutions. Multiple, okay, Dolly. See, if your case is having only one solution, I'm sorry, but that is not a case. That becomes an exercise, right? A case, therefore, is such a collection of information where everybody can interpret from their own, and there is no right answer. Similarly, in a business, it is not always right to go for a particular decision. It can be wrong. Time will tell. Similar goes in a case, right? So in a case, there is nothing called as the right answer. There is nothing called as the best answer. It is always like the most fitted answer, and that too as per that particular individual. And since we teach the case to different individuals, we may have different answers for them, right? And when we have different answers from them, that is what your case is. So if your case is a plain vanilla ice cream where there is only one solution, it is not a case. It becomes an exercise, right? So when we are looking upon a case, we are looking upon a case with solutions which are multiple, which goes into different directions, right? And that is why when we are looking upon a case, we must have a hook, right? Coming up next, when we have case, we have a circumstantial nuances like when it happened, where it happened, how it happened, the setting. India, America, Australia, right? The different personalities involved, the persons who are involved, the different cultures, the issues, all these things has to be clubbed within a particular case. So whenever you feel any doubt, think of a movie. In a movie, you always have a setting background, a location out there, different personalities, a hero, heroine, villain, right? Co-actor, and so on and so forth, right? And then you have different cultures which is being out there, certain issues are out there, and then you have different perspectives which are coming up. And of course, most importantly, you're writing this particular case from a teaching and a learning perspective, right? So you must have that student will learn something out of this particular case, and that is very, very important, right? So when we are looking upon in this particular reference, we must have this particular thinking very sure in mind with reference to my next slide. Very, very important that in your case, there has to be no one explicitly said that he is hero, he is villain, or there is an explicit mentioning of a theory on a concept. It has to be subguised. It has to be basically induced in a case in such a way that the case itself says that he is a hero or she is a heroine. Like in a movie, if you look across, nobody comes over on the screen and says, "Hello, I am a hero. Please, mujhe dekhna, main hero." Aisa nahi hota na. Similarly, in a case, it is a deed which makes a hero. It is a deed which makes a villain, right? And similarly, you attach the different theories and concepts in that particular reference altogether. So what I'm trying to give you is to try to link all the things in this particular regard aspect, right? So before I move on to my next important activity out here, I just want to have a 2-minute discussion that anyone having any confusion till so far, any difference of opinion till so far, after that we'll be moving to a new territory. Anyone having any particular viewpoint in their mind? Anyone, please put across in the chat box. Anyone having any concern till so far? If no, you can always write it is fine or things are working so that I can connect with you as well. Right, anyone who wants me to speak more Hindi, less Hindi, English, whatever, right, please feel free to give up your viewpoints, right, because that is a disadvantage of a online mode, that you cannot connect with your audience from their eyes, right? If it had been a offline session, the things would be totally different because I can connect with your eyes, right? Great, right? So moving ahead, now the next important thing which moves across in this particular manner is we have, yeah, fair enough, right? So we will be focusing on more on English in that reference, and now I will be taking you towards the very first step where you can connect with writing of your case. So when we are looking upon writing with reference to the case, it is very, very important that you must have a particular boundary under which you operate, right? And this boundary is something which is being discussed with you now with reference to giving you a particular level where you can move in, right? So in the next slide, you are able to see that we have a particular aspect, what we call as the case origin toolkit, right? And this case origin toolkit is something which gives you the specific direction under which you want to operate with, right? And at the same time, let me remind you, right, that this is the beginning of your case. This is the beginning of your case. This is the beginning of your actual workshop where you have to work, right? Now, my role is becoming very, very minimal, right? Like it said earlier in the beginning, that I am a facilitator. I am not a teacher for this particular sessions. I am facilitating you. I'm hand holding you. You have to work hard, right? I am giving you all the resources, but it is you who have to work. And this is where we are starting with this case origin toolkit, which will be the first important step in order to move in, right? So if you are ready with your case origin toolkit discussion, I'm just disclosing the case origin toolkit for all of you, right? And please spend good amount of time with reference to this case origin toolkit, because this is one thing which gives you the boundary for the case writing, right? And the case origin toolkit is basically the snapshot of your case in a true sense, right? So I'm just sharing my case origin toolkit with every one of you. Are you able to see that? Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Great, great, thanks, right? So in a case origin toolkit, you have certain levels on which you have to discuss on. The first level is your course, right? Like it said earlier that you must have a pen and a paper with you. So the first thing out here is that think of one particular course for which you want your case to be. Repeating, think of one particular course for which you want to develop your case. The course can be marketing, management, human resource management, financial management, international business, productions, operations management, whatever. So whichever field you belong to, think of one particular course. Think of your students in the class to whom you want to interact with having a case into your hand, and think of that particular course, right? So that is the very first thing. Think of a particular course where you have been trying to get a good case, a course where you want to have a good interaction with students, a course where you want to improvise, a course which you want to strengthen. There are so many reasons, right? And at this particular point of time, let me give you a secret recipe for good teaching. In your entire teaching career, you must have at least 2 courses to which you should be known. Wherever you go, anybody asks you about these 2 courses, no, it's just like, oh, I know each and everything about it. You may teach thousands of courses in your teaching life, hardly matters, but you should be known for 2 courses at least, right? And these 2 courses are such beautifully created courses in your mind map that everybody is aware that he or she is the super champ of that particular course, right? For example, when I teach service marketing, I'm teaching that subject from last 19 years, and anyone asks me anything about that particular course, it is just like this. And I've developed almost 8 cases for that particular course, right? So when I teach that particular course, I know that what happens when, right? So think of one particular course which you want to be having your benchmark course, right? Think of that particular course and put across that particular course over here. Anyone having any problem over here in selection of this particular course? Can we make a move? Yeah. After that particular identifying of this particular course, right? Think of the next thing, which is your topic. In a course, we have number of topics which are out there, right? We have different modules. Generally, in a particular course, we teach from 30 to 40 different sessions, right? And for these 30 to 40 different sessions, we have different topics out there. So identify one topic out of there. For example, if you put across like human resource management, the topic can be motivation, the topic can be leadership, right? And if I'm looking from a marketing domain, if I'm having a course on marketing management, it can be a segmentation. If it is coming from financial accounting, it can be, let's say, all about ratio analysis or whatever, right? So try to have a particular topic on which you want to make a particular case all about, right? Once you identify this particular topic, write down 3 important concepts. 3 important concepts which your students will be able to apply using this particular case. For example, when I'm teaching them marketing, teaching them segmentation under that, the topic can be different levels of segmentation, segmentation variables, how to segment. So all these things can be my different concepts which I want to diverge into, right? So these course topic concepts are interrelated, and we are going from macro to the micro. So your course is a macro and your concept becomes micro. Request to all of you that don't be in a hurry. I will be giving some time to develop all this thing. At this particular time, I'm just giving them a narration of each of them so that we can have a good idea, right? So don't think of putting across each and everything at this particular point of time. I will be giving some time to you to think on this, because this is a very, very serious exercise. And if your things are pretty fine over here, most of the things will be sorted out, right? After that, the next important thing for us to think on is the industry. And when I'm looking upon the industry, the same rule applies, that how many of you appreciate, and I want everybody to put across in your chat box as well, right? That as a teacher or as a faculty, you're not only confined to teaching. You have to do research, you have to do academic administration, and thirdly, you're supposed to be good in outreach activities, right? And this outreach activities may be doing FDPs like what I'm doing, involving in industry summits, with conferences, right? With industry associations and so on and so forth, right? Do you agree with this? That teaching is not only confined to classroom teaching, it has a different flavor now, right? So if anybody is calling to you for an FDP, for a particular industry workshop or something, you must have at least 2 industries of your choice in which you are a super champ. Again, a secret sauce. Don't write anything in any particular industry. Choose 2 industries and try to have most of your publications. I'm not saying all, try to have most of your publications in those particular industries. Right? For example, I work on 2 industries. Basically, one is the banking, and second is basically internet or ITES, right? Internet related enabled services. So these are the 2 industries in which I write most of the things of mine, right? And when it comes to a banking conference, when it comes to the association with reference to internet technology, they know that this guy knows. So that is what I'm saying, that try to identify 2 particular industries in which you want to have a super specialization, right? I'm talking of something 5 years, 6 years down the line when you become a champ or an expert in that particular industry, right? So this industry over here is one aspect what I've told to you. The second aspect is that when we are looking across with reference to the type of and that this what I'm saying to you is very, very pleasant for your director sahab as well, that you in your every of your business schools, we have certain set of companies which comes to the campus, right? For example, some business schools, we have good FMCG companies coming up. In certain, we have more of service companies coming up, and so on and so forth, right? So try to have a case which also relates with your placement companies, so that your student always have a double edge in at least knowing that particular industry in this particular sense, right? And that is very, very important. So there is a second classification on which how you can choose up your industry, right? The third perspective on which how you can choose your industry is think of those industries which are pretty new, which are evolving. For example, if I talk of in today's scenario, industries which are basically focusing upon with reference to the model of ALM, right? The model of ALM, which basically means the asset light model, right? We always see is like Zomato, Flip, the Ola, Uber, and so on and so forth. They're basically asset light model based companies where they don't have their own fixed assets. So Zomatos of the world, they're not having bikes which are being owned by them. It is being owned by the delivery partners. Restaurant is somebody else. So their fixed assets is only the systems, the IT infra in which everything is working on. So these companies are mushrooming. And practically, if you look upon, there are very, very few cases on that. Next, I give you an example. How many of you thought of about the pet grooming of your cat, dog, which is becoming a new buzzword in today's market? There are very, very few cases which are into pet grooming. The moment you write these particular cases, your case will be accepted in the very next go, right? So that is the next way to think of those particular sunrising industry in which nobody is writing. Similarly about solar energy, right? So think of those particular sun shining industries where the things are happening in this particular preference. So I've given you 3 viewpoints. One, your expertise industry. Second, with reference to your business school perspective of placements. And third, with reference to your sunrising industry. Keeping those particular considerations in mind, you have to choose a particular industry, right? After this particular industry, the next thing you have to work on is the problem. And when I'm saying the problem, of course, it includes the opportunity as well. So in a particular industry, there are always certain problems or opportunities. I will give you an example. Assume that you are the CMD of Maruti and you are seeing that electric vehicles are making a way. So this electric vehicles for Maruti is focusing on a particular problem as well as an opportunity. Should they move into electric vehicles? Yeah. So every industry has certain technology based or key growth drivers. And because of that, the things will happen. That is what is coming under the opportunity frame. Similarly, if I look across over here, right, I give you one example which you can relate with. How many of you are able to recall so many fiasco which happens with Zomato delivery boys? A lady said that a Zomato delivery boy hits her hard. Zomato delivery boy says, no, I have not done that. And there was a lot of scuffle which goes on. So that was a problem, right? Similarly, if you look across industries over a period of time, they improvise. Many times we have seen that Uber or Ola came up with this particular problems or a complaints that earlier, if you recall, your number was shared with the driver. Driver used to call you, ask you where you want to go and all those stuff. And for specifically in the cross-gender perspective, they save the number, try to molest that particular lady and kind of. So now the number is not shared with them. So industry improvises. All right. And that also becomes an important perspective where we can link on. So this problem and opportunity is that particular thing which is making the business thinking that what should we do? The moment comes over what should we do, that comes a dilemma, that comes a problem. And when it is clear that we have to do only this, no case. For example, if government says today that there is a complete lockdown, we cannot operate. Is there any solution? The second solution? No. You cannot make a case out of it because there is no solution. There is only one solution for that matter. But if the government says that you have to choose any 3 days of your working, then comes a dilemma. Should I choose Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Should I choose Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday? Should I include Sunday as well? Oh, no, it can be a weekend curfew. And that is what a dilemma comes into picture, right? Because if there is no dilemma, there is no case. So the idea is when you have a problem and an opportunity, and to analyze that particular problem and opportunity and to solve that particular problem and opportunity, you have multiple solutions. That what makes you to think about a case. And you want your student to think same. And they come up with particular answer. And believe me, each student can have different answers. And if a student is having different answers, that is the bestest case you can produce. Because if a case is having only one answer, it is exercise, no case. So the problem is such where there has to be at least a dilemma of either A or B. If it can be A, B, C, D, E, F, perfect. But at least there should be a dilemma of A versus B in that particular reference. Right? I give you one example out here. Right? And the example goes like this, that many of you, I'm not disclosing the name of the company, but you can maybe able to think of, and because I have signed a non-disclosure agreement of the name, and I was doing consultancy. I am involved in various consultancy along with different partners of mine. And I was doing, in fact, we were doing a consultancy project for an organization which was basically into food retail. After analyzing their business, we have given them 3 options. One option was to focus more on their home delivery. Second option was to have a morning breakfast menu. And third option we have given to them is to have extended working hours in the night. The problem or the opportunity was that the organization want to increase their revenue from the existing resources. They don't want to move into new resources, but within the existing resources, they want to diversify into 3 different sectors probably. And that is why they chosen upon the morning breakfast. So that is what comes in picture, right? So try to think in that particular reference when it comes to the problem out here, right? The next thing which is very, very crucial for us is to understand with reference to this of who are the key players, right? So these key players are basically the different organizations, different competitors, which are playing their part in that particular industry, For example, if I'm talking upon the food retail, so we always have Zomato, we always have the Swiggy, Food Panda, Food Owl, and so on and so forth, right? So these key players are basically the competitors. For example, if I'm talking upon telecom, these key players includes the VIA, Airtel, and so on and so forth in this particular regard, right? Anyone having any problem till these 6 points? Till this 6 points, anyone having any problem? Because the next one is very, very important. Anyone having any problem till here? Should I move on? Case has to be on a particular theory. Proposed theory is research, Karthikeya. Right, fair enough. So moving ahead with the next aspect of this, where we are looking upon a protagonist. Right, this protagonist is just like the main hero of the movie. The main hero of the movie, you see everything is centered around him, right? Which means that he or she is a decision maker. In a particular organization, when it comes to a problem and opportunity, someone has to take a decision. And that individual is a protagonist. And that protagonist is the person who is supposed to think, who is in dilemma, who is supposed to take a decision, who has multiple opportunities, who has multiple ways to solve a particular problem. And this guy or a girl is your main character of the case. And this individual is supposed to take a particular decision, and you want your case reader to step into his or her shoes and think. If you were in the place of this particular individual, what you have chosen, what you have done, that is what a protagonist means. So the protagonist can be production head, protagonist can be chief marketing officer, protagonist can be the CEO of the company, protagonist can be the chief human resource officer of the organization, and so on and so forth. Right? Let me give you an example so that you can relate with this. Around 4 or 5 years down the line, everybody of us was able to have a news in our newspapers that there was a scuffle in Maruti's plant, and one HR manager was beaten to the death because workers were not happy. Right? Now, if I look upon in this particular reference, do you think Maruti want to have the same thing again? Of course not. So perhaps the chief human resource officer of that particular organization, right, they want to develop certain mechanisms, certain ways to not to happen this particular activity, right? And for that particular matter, the CHRO has different ways, different thoughts. So the CHRO becomes the protagonist over here, if we are focusing on that particular case. Give you another example over here. Like I've talked to you about that the new concept which is coming up, in fact, it is already there, which is buy now, pay later. I hope everybody of us are aware of buy now, pay later. Many organizations are doing, even Amazon are doing that you buy the product and you pay in the equated monthly installments after a point of time, right? So if I look across in that particular reference, can Zomato also do that? That you order your dish now and you can pay after a month? It will be a workable solution. Should they attach certain terms and conditions to it? Should it only be for selected users? Should it be for specific locality, for specific cuisines, XYZ? So in that case, the Zomato's CMO, Chief Marketing Officer or CEO, can be a protagonist. So this protagonist is an individual who is basically supposed to take a particular decision because the company is having a particular problem out there, right? After this protagonist, the next thing and the last thing over here is the objective. Objectives refers to why you are developing this particular case. So generally, you should have three objectives. One, your case should give students a good knowledge of the industry. The case should give students a good knowledge of the industry. Anyone can tell me from where student can get the good knowledge of industry? Which particular point? Point number 4. Point number 6. Agreed? So the point number 4, point number 6 will give a good knowledge of that particular industry to the students. Second, you have to ask with reference to that students should be able to give solutions to the problem. They're able to give solutions to the problem. Like directors have mentioned, students should be able to analyze and interpret. So when they analyze and interpret the case, they're able to diagnose the problem, that what exactly is the problem, and they can give different solutions to that particular problem or different opportunities for that. So that will be your second objective. And third objective is they're able to choose. Because when you choose among 3 different alternatives, you always do the analysis in terms of the plus and minus, the cost and a benefit analysis. So when you do a cost and a benefit analysis, you are able to understand that which option is better for you in terms of A, B, or C. So the third objective has to be where they are able to weight with reference to which alternative should they go for, right? So this is how you develop your case origin toolkit, right? This is how you develop your case origin toolkit. Anyone having any confusion, any clarification, anything in their mind for this case origin toolkit? Anyone wants to ask anything? Please put upon in the chat box. Anyone want to have any particular viewpoint, any doubt, any clarification over here with reference to the case origin toolkit? Please give your viewpoint, yes, no, so that I can move on to the next level. Clarification of the third objective, right? So Dr. Rajiv, third objective is basically that, see, if I have said that in the second objective, I have this particular problem, and to solve this particular problem, I have 3 options. Now the third objective is they are supposed to choose one particular objective, right? I give you objectives in a pretty mind. Like the first objective is, I'm talking verbatim in that particular reference. The first objective is students will be able to understand how this industry operates. Second, student will be able to diagnose the problem and identify multiple alternatives. Third, they choose one alternative using cost benefit analysis. So out of these particular 3 alternatives, they're able to identify that as per them, which alternative is more logical, more feasible in this particular regard. By the way, this alternative what they have chosen may not be the bestest of all, right? Because this is his or her thinking. And in a case, we don't have a best solution, right answer, because case is always having a individual's perspective in mind, right? That is how we try to protect all. I hope Dr. Rajiv, we are clear now. Great, right? So anyone else having any particular concern with any of these particular pointers with reference to the case origin toolkit? Anyone having any doubt in the mind with reference to the case origin toolkit? Anyone wants me to explain any particular point once again? I'm happy to do. Are we clear? Right. So now, once we have this clarity with reference to the case origin toolkit, right? Now the next thing which is out there for us is to develop this case origin toolkit. Is to develop this case origin toolkit, and the development of this case origin toolkit is something which gives you an extra edge in this particular reference, right? So I am intending to have roughly around 10 minutes for this particular activity to you. Right now it is 11:15 in my watch, right? And I want to have the toolkit with each one of you to be ready by 11:25. Will that work? Will that work? You can give your viewpoint. Will that work? Fine. Right. So please take 10 minutes, right? Think of all these particular pointers, and if you feel any particular problem, put upon in the chat box and I will be responding to that, right? And develop your toolkit. And after you develop your toolkit, we will have a brief discussion on the things, your learnings, and then we'll go on to the next exercise, right? So please work on your toolkit till 11:25. I'm putting my camera and my mic on off, and I'm actively looking up on your chat boxes. So whenever you feel any issues, put across in the chat box, and that where I will be responding to you.
Dear participants, as advised and suggested by Dr. Nimit Gupta, sir, we all can break and design and work upon making our case origin toolkit. And we shall be again starting the session and meeting at 11:30.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Right. So welcome back after the break. Right. I hope now you have a clarity with reference to your case origin toolkit. Right. And before I move on to the case origin toolkit and further discussion, I just want to know anyone having any problem. See, idea is not to have a discussion on one-to-one case origin toolkit because that will consume a lot of time, right? We are having a limit of time, right? So I'm not going with individual case origin toolkit. Rather, what I expect or what I can do is that I request Dr. Purnima to create a WhatsApp group, right? If it is suitable to all, and you can all post up your case origin toolkit over there, and within a days or 2 days time, I will be having an interaction with you over that, right? That I can do as an extended support, right? Because objective here is to make more case researchers across the nation, right? So we can do that, right? There is no harm into it, right? And that we can do. And now over here, I just want to know if you people have any particular specific problem or concern which comes over when you develop your case origin toolkit. Anyone who came across with any particular problem with reference to a case origin toolkit? Perfect, Dr. Femina. Yeah. Do let me know any particular concern you raised up in forming objectives. Okay. Right. Right. Anyone else? So what I'm doing now is I share one particular thing with you, right? And that will give you a good idea with reference to how to make the things more clearer, right? So I'm sharing my screen, right, with reference to the case, one of my case, right? And I'm trying to give you the snapshot of that particular case because that will give you a good idea with reference to how you can go across with this case origin toolkit. I want you to spend some time with that particular abstract or a snapshot of a case, and you are able to have the things pretty much lined up in that particular reference, right? So I'm just sharing my screen with all of you. Do let me know if it is visible. Is it visible? Is it visible? Yeah, great, Dr. Femina. Right. So over here, I can show you that I have multiple products, multiple cases under my belt in case center, which is out there. You can see over there. Right. For example, if I show you one of my recent case, right, which is on a particular wedding cards, because in wedding cards, we don't have such cases. So like I've talked to you about industry, so I've chosen upon a wedding card industry. I have a written case out of it. And when you look upon this particular case over here, right, are you able to see the abstract of this particular case? Are you able to see that? Yeah. So in this particular abstract, you are able to see certain things, right? So keep your origin toolkit in front of you, and can you dissect that what all are the things which are mentioned over here relate to this? For example, which course, which topic, right? Who is the protagonist? So how many of you can see that the protagonist is? Please type in the chat box. Who is the protagonist as per this case? Please type on the screen who is the protagonist. Great. So it is Akhil, right? So Akhil is the protagonist. Similarly, when I'm looking upon the industry, industry is all about wedding cards. When I'm looking upon a problem, right? Problem is, should they go with the new segments or they will be happy with the existing segment? Are you able to see? So there is a dilemma, that existing segment versus new segment, right? That becomes a problem out here. And similarly, when we have the objectives, this is how I focused upon the objectives, right? Conduct a detailed industry analysis of wedding cards in India, identify drivers for wedding card business, weigh various segments, and ultimately deciding the profitable segments, right? So this is how you can have different objectives which can be framed down, right? And if you look at this particular thing, you are able to identify the each and everything what we are able to see with reference to our case origin toolkit, right? So this is how we try to manage with reference to the case origin toolkit, right? Now, with this particular case origin toolkit in consideration, the next thing which becomes important for us is to have a good sound understanding of case origin toolkit. So last voice from my side in terms of anyone having any doubt with reference to case origin toolkit. If not, I will move to the next part of this particular discussion. Great, right? So we'll move on to the next aspect of this particular thing, and I'm showcasing that how and what all are the things which are out there, right? Fair enough, Dr. Femina. Fair enough, right? So when we are looking across over here, right, I'm just trying to give you that the next version in this particular regard is with reference to something called as a case structure toolkit, right? There is the next thing on which we have to diversify after we have done this. And I'm just sharing my case structure toolkit with you guys. I hope it is visible. Yeah. So in this particular case structure toolkit, right, we have different things which are out there. The very first thing is what we call as a title of the case. This title of the case is basically what your case is being known as, right? So this title of the case, like you can see is basically a compilation of different words about case, about industry, and you have to focus it, right? For this title of case, you have to be very sure it should not be more than 10 words, should define the setting, should have the industry into consideration, and the similar things, right? Similarly, your title of the case should be such that it is able to expect different viewpoints, different audiences in that particular reference, right? After your title of the case, the next thing which is very, very important is your opening note. Your opening note is just like the trailer of the movie. Trailer of the movie is like Fata poster, Nikla hero, where you have all the important elements of your case. So it is just like where you try to focus across, right? So when I'm looking upon this opening note and title of the case, we are going step by step wise. I'm not focusing on the third point as of now because I want you to go one by one. So the next working, what you will be doing upon is the first two things, the title of the case and the opening note, right? And I give you certain parameters with reference to your title as well as the opening note further, right? Because that will give you a good idea with reference to how we go across, right? So I'm just sharing my screen once again with you, where you can see an aspect related to the opening note. Are you able to see that? Yeah. So in opening note, you must have the mentioning of a protagonist. You must have a very minute aspect of what is the nature of the problem, the time horizon, and the culture, and where exactly it is, right? So all these things has to be there in this particular reference, right? And we are able to move up in this particular reference in order to create the opening note, right? And this opening note is something where we will be moving on with reference to giving up that what exactly the case is all about. So opening note should be of a dhamakedar kind. It should be such a beautiful entity, like a thriller. Everybody is thrilled to know what happened. And your opening note is your basic tool. So while you're developing your opening note, you have to be very, very critical, right? I'm showcasing to you the opening note for this particular case, which I've shown to you as the wedding card one, right? And that will give you an idea of how to develop a opening note, and that will give you the viewpoint that when we are developing an opening note, you develop your opening note first and then go to your case title, right? And this will help you in order to think on with reference to the case in a greater sense, right? So I'm just sharing the opening note and the full case with all of you. Give me a minute. Yeah, it is now there. Yeah. Is my screen now visible to all? Yeah. So over here, you can see that for this particular case, right, the opening note looks like this. Right, on a busy afternoon, Mr. Akhil. So we have mentioned the protagonist of a high-end wedding card manufacturers in Delhi. We have focused upon the time, where, right? The problem, which segment, right? And the similar thing which is out there. So your opening note should provide a viewpoint that what happened next. And the moment you provide that thing, most of the things becomes clearer, right? So that is how we will try to imbibe on with reference to that what is exactly is the situation with reference to my opening note. So opening note roughly should not be more than 150 words, right? 150. And it should have all those particular four things like said to you, the protagonist, right? The time, the horizon, the frame, the culture, and a brief snapshot of the problem which is out there, right? So once you decide this opening note, right, most of the things will become fall in line, right? So try to think in that particular reference and move on with reference to creation of your opening note with the title into consideration and with reference to having the things out there. And whenever you feel any problem in this, the solution comes from your case origin toolkit, right? So keep your case origin toolkit in front of you and then try to develop the particular thing which is out there with reference to your opening note as well as your basic aspects relating to your title, right? Anyone having any particular uh, thing in mind which you have any confusion till so far with reference to your opening note and with reference to your case title? Anyone, please put a cross in the chat box. Fair enough, right? So this is the next level in which I want you to now focus on develop. And once you develop a skeleton out of it, and this is my expectation from you, you are able to then build upon the things in between, right? And this is how we will move up with reference to our case writing in this particular regard, right? Now over here, over to Dr. Femina, right? I think she wants to have one information with all of us.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nimit Gupta. So far, it is quite clear, and the examples that we have given, and you are showing your case also to all of us. I think it's quite clear how to develop a case origin toolkit. And I think most of the participants will be able to do it. In case they have any doubt, we can create a WhatsApp group later on, and we'll take up their doubts later on, and about the case structure toolkit as well. So now we can begin the question answer session. So if anyone has any questions, we'll give 10 minutes for the question answer session. Then we'll go for a tea break for 10 minutes. So if anyone has any questions, they can type in their questions on the chat box. So Dr. Nimit will take up the questions from them. Sir, if you allow, we can go for a 10-minute tea break, because I think it is quite clear till now what you have spoken, because there are so many live examples you are giving. It's really an eye-opening and an insightful workshop till now. So, all right, so we'll go for a 10-minute break, and we all meet at 12 o'clock. Sharp 12 o'clock. Thank you so much, everyone.
So are we back? Yeah, right. So now, since I have given you an information regarding the opening note as well as with reference to the case title, right, which is a very, very important component of your case, I want all of you to please take 10 to 15 minutes, right, and work on these two things, right? So as of now, it is 12:01 in my watch, right? By 12:15 or 12:16 somewhat, I want to have work on these particular two things, and then we will have the further discussion on the next pointer, two pointers, and then we will have a discussion on that, and probably then we will take a lunch break. So what my I am thinking on that by around 2.5 or by 3, we will be having the skeleton of the case, and by around 4 we will be having the same thing happening with our teaching note, right? So what I'm expecting is that by 4 o'clock everybody of us will have at least two documents in our hand, right? A snapshot of it, and over the period of time we can develop it further, right? I hope you people are liking the concept of me introducing a thing, you are working on it, because that will give us a whole flavor of how the things works on, right? I think it is a workable model, and this is exactly what a workshop refers to, right? I don't want things to be like I say and we forgot at 5 o'clock, because if things are available to you, if you do something, you will keep it in your mind, right? It will be something what you can work on, right? So please take your time, and we will meet again at 12:15, right? And we will have all the two things ready. Meanwhile, I will be available on the chat box for any of your query. Please work on. welcome back. And I hope you have worked on this. My personal assumption is that it is not so easy. How many of you, please raise up your hand, need more time? How many of you need more time? Please raise up your hand. Astha, okay. Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Femina. Yes. Right. Because see, if I have given you 20-25 minutes, perhaps the human mind works in a different manner. Right. That's why I said first 10 minutes to you. Right. And you can take further more 10 minutes because this is very, very crucial. Right. Because next of the things is not so much difficult. Perhaps these are the two most difficult things. Right. So giving you more time, and we will be having the time, let's say till 12:25, right? And please work on this, and this is very, very important. Think of that you are making a movie script, right, where you want to entice the audience, and your opening note should be such which has all the masala content and everything into it. See, it is just like if you put upon a content, it is becomes very, very plain. If you put masala without a content, it has no substance, right? So you must have both the things has to be matched up in this particular regard, right? So please take up your time. 12:25, we will meet again sharp. Move on. I'm available on the chat box. Please post up your query, whatever you have. Right. So are we able to now work on? Yeah, Dr. Vandana, yes, but am I audible?
Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Am I
So there is
participants? Yeah,
so voice is little breaking.
great. So am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Now perfectly fine.
Great.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Right. So how far we have gone? How are we able to formalize our case title? We are able to look it forward with reference to our case origin in terms of your opening note, right? And let me give you one beautiful fact. Whatever you are developing right now, it will keep on iterating. It will keep on changing. So don't worry. Don't go for perfection at the very first point of time. Idea is to get familiarized. Idea is to get an understanding of the same and to practice, right? So as of now, when you are focusing on your case titles, uh, they looks good but little bit clumsy, Karthike, right? For Vandana, see, this title is just like I'm giving you a thought, but when I see your entire case, then I will try to give you more inputs in this particular regard, right? So these particular time, I'm more focusing on developing, analyzing. I will try to do it when we have a full case, right? But on the other side, the things are going pretty fine in terms of developing these particular titles. No worry at all. All right. Moving ahead with the next thing, which is in our pipeline, is with reference to what exactly is the next thing which is out there in our kitty, right? And I'm sharing my screen with all of you, where we will be focusing upon on the next thing, which will be focusing with reference to developing of this particular case. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Great, right? So the third thing we have to focus on is introduction to industry. Now, when I'm saying introduction to industry, it basically refers to the same industry what you have chosen across with reference to your case, with reference to your case origin toolkit. And for this particular industry, there are three thumb rules. First, you have to mention about what are the basic industry components, who all are the big players in that particular industry, what are the growth drivers of this particular industry, and secondly, in this particular second line of thing, is certain facts, figures, numbers, capitalization, CAGR, and those particular kind of things for this particular industry. See, our first objective was the student get familiarization with the industry. Now, this familiarization with the industry is basically all about what all you can portray about the industry. Now, for this industry, since the data is available in the secondary domain, you are supposed to paraphrase it. And in this introduction to industry, we are basically looking across for around 400 to 500 words. We are looking upon 400 to 500 words for industry, plus 2 reports, which can be a figure or a fact, what we can put upon in the annexure. Because the case is a combination of different texts plus annexures. So we may have certain financial data, we have certain growth data for that particular company that we can incorporate into the annexures. So for this industry, we have to identify who are the big players, who all are the important parameters, important considerations in this particular reference. Right? For example, when I talk to you about Zomato, so in Zomato, when we are looking across, we have different aspects which works on, right? And that is where we are trying to focus across with this particular industry parameters, right? And for this industry, we have to be very sure that we mention the most important things in that particular industry. And when you're mentioning that, it is not like the industry has. No, you have to mold it in your own language, and you have to write, for this particular industry, the growth pattern was this over a period of time, then come this. So it's just like a storytelling, right? So this industry is not only like you take a particular material from somewhere and you dump it. Not at all. It has to be paraphrased in your own language, and it should have certain things which are matching in that particular aspect to it, right? Second, in this particular line is the similar thing, introduction to the company, right? Because these 2 things are now in our kitty. So this introduction to the company is basically like that within that particular industry, for which company you're developing a case for. So when company founded, who founded, what are the important products in line, right? What is the customer target group, company operates where, who all are the important position holders in that particular company. All these things you have to focus upon in the introduction to the company. The same rules applies over here, approximately 500 words, and we have the text as well as the annexures over there, right? So these 2 things goes pretty fine with each other. And as of now, I am not expecting the exact 500 words for you, but at least certain pointers over there. Because of course, 500 words is not an easy task, right? So what I'm looking forward here is that you will find out that particular industry, think of certain important parameters, similarly for that particular company, and try to incorporate the same things over right? I will be showcasing one of mine of how you generally go for developing this particular industry and things, the similar case what I've shown to you earlier, right, with reference to the wedding card, right? And I'm sharing my case. Give me a moment. I hope my case is visible.
No, sir.
Is it visible?
Not yet, sir.
Now, not now.
Sir, I think you should try reconnecting. Your voice is also breaking and the screen is not visible. Probably there's some connectivity issue. So just try to reconnect and I think it should be fine.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible
right.
now.
So I was sharing my screen, right? I hope now. Yeah, great. So now, are you able to see my screen?
No, sir, you need to share again.
Yes, Dr. Famina.
No, sir, you need to share your screen again.
Oh my God. It is all internet, huh? Delhi weather. Any hope now?
Yes, yes, sir, it's visible. Absolutely
Is it
fine.
visible?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it's
Yeah,
visible.
right.
It's visible.
So over here, we can see we can see that about the wedding industry in India, right? Are you able to see that? Yeah, about the wedding industry. Are we?
No, sir, I think you need to scroll down a little bit.
Yeah, right. So this is how you have to focus upon on writing about the industry, right? And also looking upon with reference to writing across with reference to the organization. Yeah, is it fine?
Sir, I think you can try switching off your video. Maybe, your network is not supporting. So
It's visible now, sir. It's visible.
sir, you are on mute. Sir, you have to unmute yourself. You are on mute.
Right. So here we are able to see the different concepts out here about the wedding industry, the figures, how the industry moved on from unorganized to the organized, right? What are the drivers for this particular industry in India, right? We are able to see about that particular company, how the company formulated, right? And you can see that with reference to certain aspects to this, and then specifically how they started with, are not the Fortune 500 company, right? So these companies are the SMEs operating with a capital of around 1,000 crores or so, and they are moving up in that particular space, right? And you can always see over here with reference to that how this company has progressed over a period of time, right? And the entire journey of this particular company, along with what exactly is being done and the similar thing which will happen in that particular company. So the idea is to start with a chronological order of how the company started, company moved on, and where the company is at this particular point of time, right? So these are the two important things which will inbuilt with reference to your case when it comes to the combination of industry versus the company in this particular regard, right? And this approximately is a major chunk of your case, which is coming from secondary data more or less, right? So what I am expecting from all of you is to have at least certain pointers ready for this, right? So that tomorrow onwards, when you start developing your case, you know which industry, which company. So you are able to have a full clarity at the end of the day that how I want to move on, right? So this is the next two things which is very, very important to think on. And Dr. Femina, when we are taking a lunch break, what is the time when we're taking a lunch break? You're unmuted.
Sir, it is at 1:30. So we'll go for 30 minutes. 30 minutes
Right.
lunch break from 1:30
So 1:30 to 2.
to 2.
We are,
yes.
1:30 to 2. So
Yes.
is it possible that can we have a lunch break now, right? Including the work break, right? And let's say we meet up at 1:30, right? Is it possible?
Sir, can you please repeat yourself? Actually,
Let's
your
say
voice
they
was
have
breaking.
it's yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm saying that it is 12:40 now, right? So can we have a half an hour break for the lunch, which is approx 120 or so, and then we have 10 minutes for this particular working, right? And we start our session at 1:30, and from 1:30 till around 2:15, I will be focusing on the next aspect of this, right?
Yes.
And then from 2:15, I will give them a 10 minutes break, because that will be a fag end session. And then from 2:35 to 4, we will work on a teaching note. Will
All
that
right,
work?
sir. Of course, sir, it
Great,
will work,
great,
sir. So
great.
we go on a break now for 30 minutes.
Right.
We come back at 1:10, around 1:15. And then
Yeah,
again,
1:15.
2:15, we have 10 minutes break. And
Yes,
then we come
yes.
back for a
Right.
teaching note session.
Perfect, perfect.
Done,
perfect.
sir. Done. Done.
Done, done.
Yes, sir.
So
So
please
we
enjoy.
all,
Yeah. So
yeah,
it will
we
be
all
a working lunch, right? So you have your lunch at one hand and work on the other, right? So it will not be easy lunch like we have always, right? So please work on. Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll
Thank you.
join at around 1:15,
Sure,
everyone.
I will.
Sharp 1:15, we'll begin the session.
Should I leave
Thank you.
this session?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You
Yeah.
can
Yeah.
leave,
Great.
sir.
Great. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back everyone after the lunch break. So it was a working lunch. So over to Dr. Nimit Gupta. Sir, you can take the session from here.
Yeah. So welcome back after the lunch, and I hope
Sir, I think you are mute. Sir, you are on mute, I guess.
No, I am. Is my voice audible?
Yes, sir, it is audible.
Yeah, great. Right. So I am hoping that we have a very quick lunch, right? So we have lunch for the body and we have a food for the case, right? So both the things happened, right? Food for the case and lunch for the body, right? Both the things have been happened, right? So in this particular session, which is approximately, I will be taking around 1 hour more before we move on to the teaching note. So I will be discussing upon the next things. But before that, I just want to know anybody having any problem till so far. Please put upon in the chat box if you have any particular problem till so far, because we want to have the things which is very, very workable. But please put across your viewpoints, your problem, if you have anything in terms of your case. Right. So we will be moving across with the next version of it, right? And that is very, very important. And that is where we will be focusing with reference to what exactly is the next thing which is out there in a case structure toolkit, right? And I'm sharing my screen. Give me a minute. Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. Right. So we have done with title of case, we have done opening note, introduction to the industry, introduction to the company, and now comes the next two and the last things, which is problem and allied domains. Now, this problem and allied domains are basically the actual problem which you want to showcase, but you do not serve the problem on the platter. You give them certain situations, right? That this is the scenario. You don't say this is the problem. You say this is what exactly it is, this is what is happening, this is what the things are, and the particular things which are linked with reference to those particular thing, right? And that is where we try to focus on with developing on with referring to the problems and allied domains, right? So this problem and allied domains is basically referring to the things which a company is facing on. And if you can see very prominently, if your case origin toolkit was perfectly right, you're able to find everything. So in our case origin toolkit, we have identified the problem. The same problem you have to incorporate over here, and you have to put across how it is cutting edges. Now, when we are looking upon the allied domains, so generally we have this particular notion that my case is a marketing case, my case is a finance case, my case is HR case. Hang on, it is a business case, right? And a business cannot operate in silos. So nobody says my case is a marketing case, so we don't have HR, we don't have finance. It will be there. Quantum may be somewhat less, right? But it has to be there, right? Because if I want to do good marketing, I need a good human being who are my employees who do good marketing. I need funds in order to create different banners, advertisements, and whatnot. So when we say problem and allied domains, it is okay to say that a case is more oriented towards marketing or any particular functional area, but it cannot be a silo case in that particular reference. And that is one of the biggest blunder the early case writers do. So I don't want you to divulge into that particular aspect where you think that problem and allied domains are supposed to be integrated, right? So when you are thinking about this particular case, and I give you one tip over here, is that let's suppose you are a marketing faculty and you've written a marketing case. Always share this case with your HR colleague, with your finance colleague, and ask them, do you think anything related to your domain can be added upon? Right? That will give a super edge to your case, because the case is not only confined to one particular area. Right? And similarly, once you have defined the problem and allied domains, the next thing you have to focus upon is what is the next thing? How do you go forward? So like you have an opening note, you have a closing note, right? And this closing note is a going forward where you put across the problem again, and you put across with reference to what exactly is the scenario right now. Right now, when we are going upon all these things, I'm showcasing my case back to you, and you then try to fix upon which thing is what, right? So that you can have practical idea in this particular regard, right? So give me one moment till I put across one of my case in reference to you. Is my case visible?
Yes, sir.
Great. So please refer to this forward thing which is out there in terms of customer segmentation and positioning, right? I want everyone to please spend a minute on reading this. Yeah, are we getting some idea now that how you can look forward? And ultimately, if you look across I'm not saying that I have not written problem. You don't have to write this is a problem. I have written the statement as customer segmentation, targeting, and positioning. I've never written problem over here, right? So please have a look on this as well. Have a look over here. Before moving ahead, you can have a look on this as well. Yeah. So are we able to see that this change of showroom location is something which is very, very crucial, right? And when I am looking across for this particular reference, you are always look across with moving ahead, right? And you can see that it is basically moving across what should they do. And then you have different exhibits, right? Since it was a primary case, it is coming out of my consultancy only. So I can go to their showroom, I can click certain pictures over there, right? Put across over here, right? And similarly, also, I was in a position to have certain financial information, right? Because if your case is having a financial information, students are able to do certain mathematics, right? So this case is not only then confined to the course, but it also relates to the other financial related aspects as well, right? So that is where we are able to look it out here, and you are able to have the different things which happens then, right? And then you can have references perhaps, right? And if you look across, your motivation for a case is this, right? Are you able to see this? Right? That case was written by, and your motivation has to be this, your name has to be over there, right? So that is what is your key area. So you have different things, like you have the very first thing, your case title, what I've started off, right? Then we moved on with reference to our opening note. Then we go on about the wedding industry or about the industry, right? In my case, it is a wedding industry. And then the next thing which is happening, that wedding is not only confining with reference to the wedding, it is also invitation. So I mentioned that. And ultimately, I moved on with reference to the wedding cards, right? Which is the organization itself, about their journey, chronological order, about everything in that particular regard, right? And then I focused upon the problem by not writing the problem, but the thematic thing. Now you can understand, in your case, origin toolkit, you've mentioned a topic. You recall that? So we have a course. Within course, we have the topic, and then we have a different concept. So both topic and concept will gel with this, right? Customer segmentation, targeting, and positioning in this particular reference, right? So that is how you move on. And then you focus upon with reference to the moving ahead with annexures, and that what culminates your case as a overall case in this particular regard, right? So if you look out here over there, you see that case is of 10 pages. Yeah, case is of 10 pages, which is an ideal length. And within that particular ideal length, if you can see predominantly over here, the text which is out there is roughly approximately 5 to 6 pages, because this is the reading span now. If I look back with the Harvard, right, they used to be cases which are 80 pages, 90 pages long. But over the period of time, the reading span, attention span of students are going down. So generally, we try to have a 5 to 6 pages of text, right? And then we can have the 4 to 5 pages of the annexures. So in totality, a good case is somewhere between 8 to 10 pages, right? So think all these things in your line, frame it, put it forward, that your target is 8 to 10 pages, out of which 5 to 6 pages is your text, and then 3 to 4 pages is your annexures, right? Apart from that, when you're looking upon your annexures, right, you must have the source, which is very, very mandatory. If the source is coming from a secondary data, you can always mention that particular source. If it is coming from your own primary interactions, right, you can write author's own, right? So either of the two. Right? If it is coming from a secondary source, you have to write the source name. If it is coming from your own visits, own interactions, you can put across from the author's own. Right? If you create a particular table or something in that particular front, like I've done for this on the basis of my interaction, again, you are authorized to put it as a author's own, because it is your own creation. Right? So don't have this particular thinking that case has no referencing, it must have a referencing, right? And this referencing, you have to look it forward with reference to the things which is out there, right? And that what makes the case overall complete in this particular manner, right? So before I show you my another case for another sample, I just want to know anybody having anything in their mind, and if possible and if required, I can in fact ask the organizers to please help the participants to unmute as well, and have their viewpoints or any particular clarification if needed. I've
Okay,
just
sir.
on screen, yeah, because this is what exactly now you can get the sense of the entire thing. So what I want, that for this particular case, you must have this skeleton ready, right? So you know which particular organization you are making a case, which particular industry you are making a case, who is the protagonist, and all those sort of things must be now clear in your mind with reference to going on, right? Practically, if you ask me, it will take an 1 month more or less in order to develop this particular case. Because if you know the skeleton, and if you work approximately 1 hour per day, which is more or less, I am assuming, keeping Sundays and every off days, so you have 20-25 hours. And if you spend 20-25 hours in this particular case, the case will be pretty much available to you for your disposition, right? So generally, if I look across, our case is approximately somewhere closer to around 1500 to 1800 words. Like it said, 5 to 6 pages. So on a roughly calculation, your A4 sheet will have 300 to 325 words more or less. So somewhere 1500 to 1800 of your text which is being needed, the word which is being needed, followed by your annexures, right? So try to work in that particular reference. I've given you breakup that title is not be more than 10 words, should have your theme, should have your the context into it, why I'm showcasing to you in another while now. Secondly, your opening note must be not more than 150 words, should have the protagonist, should have the setting, should have the where, should have the brief aspect of the problem. Then you have about the industry, which is roughly 400 to 600 words. Then you have about the company, which is roughly 500 words. Then you have problem and allied domains, which is roughly 200 to 300 words more or less. Then you have a moving ahead, which is again 100 to 150 words, right? So if you sum up all these things, it will come closer to around 1500 to 1800 words plus minus something, right? And then you have different annexures to it, right? So this is what exactly is the skeleton of your case, right? So anyone having any doubt before I go on with the next example of my case? Anyone? Any doubt to anyone? If no doubt, at least tell me, are we going in the right direction? Yes, numbers like 17 or so are basically the number for referencing, right? So it is just like the one is referring to that particular source from where I've sourced that particular information. So please put up your viewpoints. Are we moving across? Primary data in collection in pandemic, you want me to answer that how it is to be done? Is it what your answer, question is? Dr. Mukul? Right. So when you're looking upon pandemic, and if you are curious about case, simple answer is take all your precautions before going or wait for pandemic to end, which I doubt, right? So idea is that you have to go to a organization, and more or less organizations are equally afraid like us with reference to COVID, and they all are taking protocols followed, right? So it is logical to take your precautions while going to the organization for this particular scenario. But believe me, in the same thinking of this pandemic, is leading to an opportunity, because people are not moving out and there are still more dearth of cases, and which lead to higher chances of publication of cases, right? So it is a opportunity in one way, so that you can linger on with reference to that particular opportunity if it is required. Totally up to you. Yeah, if you're going for a secondary data case, no permission is required. Reason being, you are taking that particular information from the public available domain, right? But do not assume anything, right? Do not assume anything. Do not have any hypothetical thinking in your mind, right? Because the moment we think hypothetical, the scenario will be a different. I give you one example which makes the things more clearer. And in fact, I was doing one of the workshop for one of the institutions in Delhi for a IP university, and one of the lady, she came up with the idea that Cafe Coffee Day's new CEO, who is the wife of the founder CEO who suicided, right? She had made the debts pretty less. Things are comparatively going better for CCD. So can she make a case on financial restructuring for CCD? I said, why not? And then she said that I don't have an access to the organization. So can I have second data? I said, why not? Now in the secondary data, she cannot assume that the lady is MBA or a BA or a school graduate. She cannot assume. Whatever be the facts are, she has to present the same way. Right? She cannot assume that the husband and her wife were having a very bad relation. It cannot be. Right? So if second data is out there, you have to take that second data verbatim. You can build a story around it, but you cannot make any assumptions in that particular reference. That is one. Second, which is very, very important point, and my next case I will be sharing with you. You recall that I've talked to you about the case of my experience case for a hospital, right? So where doctor was not available and there was a scuffle going at a reception. Now understand that if a hospital is facing a problem that doctor is not there, and if I ask the manager to give me a permission to write a case on them that in their hospital there is no doctor, do you think they will give me permission? Of course not, right? So we have to disguise the case, and in disguise the case, we try to match 70-80% things in that particular reference. We hypothetically put another name into it so that there will be no legal issues in that particular reference, right? And then we can develop a case out of it, right? So we can do disguised case in different perspective. We can disguise the name, we can disguise the city, we can disguise the scale at which they are operating, and then try to build upon on that particular case altogether. Yeah. Right. Very good question, Dr. Honey. So there is, first of all, no optimum solution, right? Because the objective of your case is to make a student better decision maker, right? Not to be the best decision maker, right? So our objective for a case is students should diagnose the problem, analyze different options, and then think of the bestest solution as per his or her mind. So if he is able to do the calculations right, if he is able to diagnose the problem, if he is able to identify certain solutions and then come to one particular solution by focusing on one particular methodology, that is right. Solution can be anything, but that solution should have a logical weight into it, right? For example, if I ask a particular organization, I'm giving a very layman example to get the things very clear. Since I do consulting for marketing organizations, right? And when I take certain problems of my consulting to the class to know what are the students' feedback, and recently one of the startups for a tea, I'm doing consulting for them, and when I ask the same question to my students, how can they market themselves? One of the students said, "Sir, it is very easy. They should have Amitabh Bachchan in their ad." Then I asked him, "Do you understand this is a startup? they have limited funds. Amitabh Bachchan is not an easy product to get involved with. So if a student is giving an answer like this, it means they are not able to do the decision making right. Because in a case, you have to have a boundary, and within that boundary, you have to operate, right? So that is where you have to be critical enough with references that within that particular boundary, student is able to give up you that particular solution which is being required. I hope it answers, Dr. Honey. Anyone else having any other question? Anyone else having any other question? Yes. So, Dr. Honey, the case facilitator or a case teacher is a devil's advocate, right? He cannot be biased towards one solution, because the moment you become biased towards one solution, you kill the entire spirit of case. And over here, we are trying to mix two things, but which is very, very necessary. One is case writing, another is the case teaching, right? So when I take workshops on case-based teaching, it requires that I know that in my class of 60 students, let's say Mohit is the one who always come with a good reading of the case, and Mohit can crack my case more or less. And as a teacher, I know I want to spend 60 minutes. I will never ask Mohit to give this solution in the first place. Even if Mohit raises up his hand, I have to ignore. Right? So this is how you have to move up. So when you're looking upon a case, you have to be very sure that before you publicize your case or go for a depository, you must pre-test your case in a classroom setting, because that will give you good insights of what can be improvised in that particular case. But to conclude, a case teacher should be unbiased, and objective is to have multiple options. And believe me, even after 19 years of teaching, sometimes even with the cases which I'm taking in the class from last 19 years, I still get very unusual responses, right? They involve new things into it. Then I have to say, sorry, this case is way backdated. At that time, this technology was not there. Think in that particular reference. So you have to set the boundary. And B, student comes up with those particular assumptions which are not in their case. So you have to snub them. But so all these things is being required over that point of time. Right, then, yes, the case dilemma is the gist of learning, and you have to identify that what kind of dilemma it should be there. And let me give you another perspective to everyone, that when we write cases, we have different levels. The first level of case writing is where you give a case of a best practice. For example, in Indian context, if you look upon, let's say we assume that Coca-Cola is having very good distribution strategy. Even if in the interiors of villages, you find Coca-Cola. So you write down a case on what are the good strategies for Coca-Cola, give it to the student, no decision, no dilemma, no problem, no solution. This is at the B-test level of the case. There is no particular solution to be there because there is no problem. Then comes the second case where there is a problem and there are solutions as well. And students have to pick up good solution. Third level, where there is a problem and where there is a problem, where there is a problem and you have the different solutions which students have to identify. The fourth level, where you do not write a problem. Students have to diagnose the problem of their own and they have to identify the solutions of their own. Right? And the fifth and the last level is where the problem is multi-correlated. The problem is integrative. Right? And that is where the case goes on. So if you look upon the case which is having a dilemma, that is where you want to move ahead in this particular reference. Any other question? Any other question? Participants, please have another question if you have. And if required, you can raise up your hand.
Sir, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, if I collect data from internet sources,
Right.
suppose I was writing a case regarding food industry on unethical practices in food industry for the
Right.
subject business ethics and corporate governance.
Right.
So I got data about a very popular food chain in India. I'll not take the name of that food chain, for which the
Right.
data was published in newspapers or internet. So when I write the case, do I need to disguise this organization because I'm taking the data from the secondary sources? This is my question.
No, you don't have to disguise because the data is available in a secondary domain and the data itself is having that particular brand name.
Okay, and I don't need to take the permission, obviously, because they not give me the permission.
Absolutely not. And I give you one beautiful case for this. There is a very beautiful case of only 1.5 pages. Only 1.5 pages, beautiful case of Domino's in US. And you can search this case over Google, Domino's case in US, where what happened that two workers of the kitchen of Domino's, they prank by saying that we have put across the nostrils from our nose into the sandwich and this is to be delivered to the customer. And they made a video, they put up on social media, right? Since it is in social media, Domino's, it is in public domain and there is a case out of it. Domino's cannot do anything out of it because this is in a public domain. But they have not, the authors have not done anything of their own. They have cited the everything from the secondary source. So your citation, your referencing has to be pretty much strong over there in case you don't want to go for any particular problem. The easiest solution is, of course, you can disguise, right? But frankly speaking, you can always use the brand name if it is available in a secondary domain. No worries on that.
Great, thank you, sir. Sir, one more question I have. In case we are going for cases, is it necessary to link it with the theories that we are teaching to the students?
Yes.
This is my question.
Yes, it is very much needed because ultimately when you develop a teaching note, right, what exactly you want to portray, because it is a case which is to be used in a classroom and classroom syllabus is fixed. So you want to apply the aspect of learning from the case for a particular theory. And let me tell you that there are two ways to teach, right? One is you give them theory and then you give them an example, which is a most common method, right? Generally, what we do, what we have been trained on with reference to Harvard and other business schools, that we give them the practical information first, coming from a case, and then say, what you have done now, this is this particular theory, right? So what happens that they're not relying on a theory for an understanding or a remembering perspective, but on the application perspective, right? So that is what the difference comes into when you attach a theory with this thing. Anyone else having any other question? Anyone else having any other question? Okay, shall I make a move towards the next aspect? Right, so now I was talking to you about developing a good title, right? And I'm saying that when your title is to be there, it should be such enough, which should not be more than 10 words, right? And it should have the sequencing right and all those things which is being out there. The reason is pretty simple. Like it said earlier in the session, that your case should be such which can be sellable, right? Are you able to see my screen with the case center, right? So in this particular screen, if you look across, right, the moment I put upon keywords over here, right? For example, if I'm putting upon wedding over here, I am putting across cases, right? What I've done, I put across wedding and I put upon a product as cases. And if I search over here, right, it will give me those particular cases which are having wedding title into it. Makes sense, right? Now, if you look upon, there are certain wedding cases which is being out there, and you can see one of my case, right? So what happens that when you know that in this particular industry, the titles are pretty less, so must have that particular industry mentioning in your title, because that will make your case more sellable, right? For example, this is of my case which is being used in various parts of the world, right? And I can show you how that can happen. You can see, I'm just giving you a different look. For example, if you can see on writing cases, this is my product portfolio where I have all the cases written by me, right? So the moment I go on my product portfolio for cases, right, and if I go with my case which is out there, and over here I can see that there is something called as a download your product, and also the sales and usage. So within a sales and usage, if you look upon this, which is download report of preview copy access, which means how many people have seen your copy, because generally it is a notion that people don't buy your case so much. They buy one copy and then they distribute, right? They do a photocopy and the similar thing which will happen. So I will just showcase to you that where are the places my case is being used. I'm just sharing my screen once again, and this is one of the reason, because there are pretty much less cases in wedding, and by having wedding in my title, my case has a better reach. Are you able to see that? Right, so this case is being used with reference to the schools like of Spain, UK, Peru, India, as well as in Pakistan, right? So this is how you can improvise, right? So if your title is such which helps you, because nobody search for a brand name if it is not such a big brand, but they of course search with the title, they search with India, they search with the topic, and so on and so forth, right? So when you're developing a title, you must be clear that if your industry is very, very unique, it must have a mentioning of that particular industry. If your concept is very, very unique, it should have a mentioning of that particular concept, so that people are able to move up in this particular reference, right? So moving ahead with the same thing in this particular regard, I just want anybody from the audience to give me at least one particular keyword by which they want me to search for a case. Anyone? In fact, we can take two. Any two keywords which you want me to search, and then I can give you certain important information. Any two keywords by which you want me to search the case with a reference to your concept or a topic or industry, whatever it may be. Right. So we have women empowerment. Right. So I'm sharing my screen once again with all of you. Disability. Okay. Fashion industry. Right. Is the screen visible? Right. So over here, if I look upon women empowerment and we go for the cases over here, right? So you can see that you find almost 28 products which are matching to your search, right? And further, you can do the same thing which I want to discuss with you. You can see the change with reference to settings, whether it is an Indian case or not. So you can have different locations, right? For example, if I look upon India, there are only 250 cases more or less, right? Similarly, if I look across with reference to the industry, you can have different industry-wise breakup for this, right? For example, if you look across this particular thing over here, you can see that women empowerment in various particular industries is being out there. So if I look across, this women empowerment is pretty less cases are available when it comes to airlines. And you can move across, right? Similarly, on the basis of the length, right, where you can see in terms of how the things will work on and the similar thing which are out there, right? So we'll try to do the same thing with reference to, let's say, fashion, right? So if I go across with the fashion now, so I can see that for the fashion, right, the cases which are available are pretty less, almost half what we have searched for women empowerment, right? You can see over here. And surprisingly, if you look across from Indian context, it is pretty less, right? Only 95 cases. So the case of yours can have a good readability, accessibility, if it is being written in the similar field. Also, we have the context which comes from, let's say, disability, the last thing which I'm taking off right now. And when I'm taking the disability over here, to see what are the number of cases we are able to find for disability. Only 134. So Karthike, good go for you, but only 134 cases. So if you write a case on that, it is a higher chances of your case to be being out there in that particular category out, right? So this is what you have to look across. And if you look upon from a look, India has only 10 cases here. So in India, you have super chance of getting your case to be taught by more or less everyone, right? So this is how the things works on. But anyone having any query at this particular point of time? Shall we make a move ahead, right? So after seeing this particular scenario, you have to be pretty much known and clear that when we are looking upon cases, right, like it said to you, your case is always giving you some monetary reward as well. For example, if you see my case over here, right? For example, if you look across a case of mine, for example, let's say this one, 3D gym, right? And if you can look it over here, the case which is being out here, right, is being active, everything is out here. And at the same time, if I go on with reference to buying this particular case, okay, and I'm putting across the things like this. Right, so this case comes and you can see the price. You can see the price that this case is being available for the price of 8.15 in terms of pounds, right? And that is what is one of the important aspect what I was talking to you regarding the case based aspect, that you can have your case to be a revenue earner for you as well, right? So I'm not saying that research papers are bad or good, but I'm saying that over a period of time you must have the portfolio, right, where you have research papers, ABDC, Scopus, Web of Science, ABS, whatever, right? You also have your cases done, because this will be something which helps you out. And also different accreditation bodies across the world, which is AACSB, or if you look upon your NAC, or if you're looking upon your NBA, right, or NRF, they're also looking forward for your cases as one of the equal contributors, right? And in India particularly, we have very less case writers, so that will give you a double edge in this particular regard as well, right? That is one. Secondly, with reference to the next thing in which I want the thing to be discussed with you, with reference to give you a beautiful viewpoint with reference to how you can move up with your case, right? So I'm just giving you one particular sample. Give me a moment where we can have a discussion further on. Give me a minute. Is my case visible? Yeah. Which is Amukta Advent Hospital. So this was the case I was talking to you, which I have developed as a disguised case, right? And I want you to refer to the basic opening note for this case, right? The basic opening note for this case. Have a look at this. And do tell me who is the protagonist and what is the problem. And please feel free to write your answers in the chat box, right? So you have to dramatize as well in the opening note so that people get hooked, right? Now understand that things are very, very happening for Amukta. Purchased a new car, right? Her daughter's birthday. She was happy, about to leave. Suddenly the scuffle came up, right? What should she do? Right? So it is just like, how many of you can think like Amukta? Right? So when we are looking upon over here, right, I want your response in the chat box that who do you think is the protagonist? Who do you think is the protagonist? Please write your answers in the chat box. Okay. I'm looking for more answers apart from Dr. Femina, who is the protagonist. Okay, Mukund. Right, so let me give you this particular fact that this case is a disguised case. As I mentioned to you, right? This is one of the good chain of hospitals in Delhi, right? And of course, they will not give me permission, and I have not given the permission, so I have to disguise. Now, understand and tell me that this is the scenario that patient is out there, doctor is not there, Amukta is bothered. I've written this particular case for my course of service marketing. And in service marketing, we have a concept of service failure, where the service cannot be performed because of any particular reason. And to make that particular failure over, you require a service recovery. How do you correct that particular service so that recovery can happen? So the case is built around that particular concept. So Dr. Femina, when you were asking me about theories and concepts, this is what I've introduced in my teaching note. That what exactly is a service theory. So if anybody wants to have a case on service recovery or a service failure, my case absolutely fits in. Right? So what I do in order to increase my case usage, I generally write an email to my friends or the professors who teach service marketing that you also teach service marketing, and in this particular course you have a topic of service recovery, service failure. Please try this case. Right? So this is how you can build up on your network and also move up in that particular ladder altogether. Right? So now the question is, and I want everybody to please participate, because that is how I can understand that how you are deeply involved, is that doctor is not available. Amukta has to leave early. What is the immediate solution you can give? What can be the immediate solution she can do? So I have given you a problem, right? I've given you a problem. This is the problem, right? I've not given the solutions in this case that he can do this, she can do this, she can do this. Solution you have to think, right? So give me one solution which you think that can be taken care of. I want everyone to please give me at least one solution what can be taken care upon. Problem is pretty clear, that doctor is not there. Anyone? Believe me, there is no right, no wrong solution. So give me one solution. Looking for chat box. Give me one solution. To waive off entire consultancy fees immediately. Okay. Very full solution, Dr. Mukul. But if I'm teaching this particular case in the class, my first reaction would be, and Dr. Honey, please listen it pretty well, is this will lead into loss of revenue. I am a customer care manager. I do have to care my patients, but at the same time, I want to increase the revenue. And if I hire anybody who have to do this, why should you? Why I'm paying 40,000-50,000 to you? Is it? So this is how you have to deal in a class. So if you say yes, that can be done, case closed. Getting my point? So this is what you have to think of before pre-testing your case, and the same thing has to be incorporated in your teaching note. Right? So I'm thankful, Dr. Mukul, you have put upon a solution, but I'm involving now the other things as well. Right? Secondly, you are saying other equitable doctor to see the patient. The argument of mine is that the doctor is already aware of the case, the history, right? A new doctor would not do the justice. And why should I go to a new doctor and to explain everything to him? I may not have a trust on him. And by the way, if you go down into the case, I've written this thing that the doctor which is being taking care of this particular patient, it is being recommended by someone close. They have a trust on this particular doctor, and that's why they have a meeting with this particular doctor. So they don't want to go to any particular doctor, right? So this is very, very important. So when you pre-test your case, all these things will come into picture, and you have to incorporate all these things into your case. Looking for other solutions. Thanks very much, Dr. Mukul, for your observations. Mukul, to be very frank and not to be disclosed, it is max only. So this advent is max. Any other solution by anyone else? Looking for answers. Anyone else? Please share your answer. Okay, a quick question. How many of you are teachers? Right? How many of you are teachers? Please raise up your hand, faculty. How many of you are faculty? Please raise up your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hope all of them are teachers. Is it, Dr. Femina?
Yes, sir. All of them are teachers.
Yeah.
Some are research scholars also here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. They're equally competent
Yes.
to become a teacher. They're potential teachers, more or less.
Of course, of course.
Right. So if we look across over here in that particular manner, right, I have to do cold calling. Right. I have to do cold calling by asking the names, or somebody can help you out. Right. So more responses I'm looking for. Give me some more responses. Nityanand, Neetu, Neha, Give me some responses. And believe me in, no response is a bad response. Mukul, when you're writing a video consulting same doctor, we are making a very good assumption that the doctor is sitting idle, sitting free somewhere else, but it might not be the case. Doctor may be busy doing some other stuff which is being not known to the hospital, perhaps. Right, so we cannot make such assumptions. Right? Any other option? Any other thing? Yeah. Calm down the customer first. Very right. Listen to him. Show them empathy. Absolutely yes. No doubt all. We might call another doctor to the patient, but the patient may not agree to it. Doctor requires a history knowing, right? So this is how you try to think on with the different solutions in a particular case altogether, right? Give them a valid reason why doctor is not available. But do you think that reason works with that particular patient? Right, so that is what exactly we are trying to think on in this particular regard. So when you are writing a particular case, make it sure that we have the different dimensions, and that is why pretest becomes very, very important in this particular reference, right? And that is how you try to move up in this particular domain with this particular reference to it, so that we can have a good perspective built on with reference to the entire case altogether, right? So now I'm hopeful that you understand the basic nuances of writing a case. You know the structure, you have different things available to you, and you can now build upon a case which is being out there, right? Now moving ahead with the next version of this, and a case generally is not acceptable without a teaching note, right? So a case must have two things, a case and a teaching note. So till morning we have been discussing about the case, how to build it, how to originate it, how to structure it, and everything of this particular sort, right? Like we have discussed, it is 2:15, so we'll take a quick break of 10 minutes, right? So that you can assimilate your thoughts, put across all the things in your case. And I expect everyone, please keep this paper, book, copy clearer for you to work on, right? Now, after 10 minutes, we will be assembling back around 225 Dr. Femina, right? And then we will be moving across with reference to the teaching note, and we will be having this session till 3:45. Is it so? You require
Yes,
10
sir.
15 minutes for your closing and everything,
Yes, sir.
right?
Done, sir.
So right, so from 2:25 till 3:45 roughly, or 3:50, we will be having a dedicated session for a teaching note, right? We will do the same thing in that particular fashion, and we will then move around with our teaching note in the next one. Enjoy your tea break.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Right. So are we back? Can we start now?
Welcome back, everyone, after the tea break. So I request Dr. Nimit to take over the session on how to write teaching notes for the case studies.
Right. Right. So now in this particular session for approximately 1 hour plus, right, we will be going up with reference to the creation of teaching note, right? And before we go on with the teaching note, right, let me share with you that when we are looking upon the reviewing of different cases, right, teaching note is one of the important aspect to it, right? I'm sharing my screen, right, where I can show you with reference to an important perspective which will give you with reference to how important it is for a case to go for a teaching note, right? And I showcase something very, very significant to you, right? And this is something which is on a real time basis, which is being out there. Are you able to see my email? Are you able to see that? Yeah.
Yes,
So this
sir.
is the review for the case for Emerald Emerging Market Case Studies, right? Which I've received when I was involved in our workshop, right? I'm a reviewer in a reviewer panel for Emerald Emerging Market Case, right? Where we can have a review, right? Over there, you can see that the case which is being out there, right, is asking for a review for this case along with a teaching note. But and you can understand over here that teaching note is an integral part of your case writing, and your case and teaching note should go parallelly, simultaneously, and it's just like a brother and a sister in that particular reference. So the idea over here is that unless and until you have a good teaching note, the selection of your case to a good repository is not possible, right? So that is the reason when we are developing a teaching note, we have this particular notion that teaching note is not for the student. I'm again repeating that teaching note is not for the student. Then for whom you're developing a teaching note? Your case is for the students, right? But teaching note is for whom? Any guesses? Please put upon your viewpoints in the chat box. Teaching note is for whom? For whom you need a teaching note? Yeah, Pallavi, you want to say something? Yeah. So teaching note, rightly, Dr. Vandana, is for instructor, right? It is not for the students, Dr. Femina, because if you give the teaching note to the student, it is generally like you are giving the solution to an answer kind of, or a solution book. So it's just like for an instructor, so that they can have the choice of case for those particular cases where they have a teaching note, so that they can understand what exactly can be the solution for that particular case. They may follow the teaching note verbatim or not, but they have a tentative idea what the case is all about and how it's to be analyzed, keeping that thing into consideration. And believe me, in most cases which is being sought after for selection by instructors, they are based on the teaching note. Manohar ji, आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं? You want to say something, Manohar? Okay, right. So when we are looking across over here, the big idea is that we have to develop a teaching note from the perspective that it is to be used by the instructors. And now I will be showcasing to you what all are the important pointers which has to be taken care upon while you're developing a teaching note, right? So as I've said earlier, the teaching note is a different entity altogether, which is to be taken care by the instructors and which is to be used by the instructors. You have to be very categorical in developing this particular teaching note, because it will give the impression of your basic understanding of the scenario, concepts, and everything which is being out there in this particular reference to it, right? So when we are looking upon a teaching note, I'm just showcasing the teaching note toolkit to you, right, which will help you in order to understand how to create a teaching note, right? And I'm sharing my teaching note toolkit. Do let me know if it is visible.
Yes, sir.
Great, right? So in this teaching note toolkit, the first thing you have to have it is your case title, right? It is the same case title what you have developed for your case, right? So you can of course put it across over here. The next thing you have to focus upon is the synopsis of the case, right? Now this synopsis is not your opening paragraph. This synopsis is not the opening paragraph. Synopsis is basically the summary of your case. It is basically like the basic modalities of your case, approximately of 100 to 150 words, right? So the synopsis is just like an abstract what you write for a research paper, right? So this synopsis is just like an abstract for your case, right? And in this synopsis, you will of course have a protagonist, of course you have a problem, certain solutions, right? Because you're writing for the instructor, and the important concepts and theories which you are using in this particular case, right? So your synopsis of the case is just like the welcome message with reference to the instructor, that what your case is all about. See, understand, like you have an opening note in the case, which is a trailer for your case for the case reader. Similarly, synopsis is the message you want to have for your case instructor, right? And when you are seeing my case center over there, right, about the description of the case, what you see, I will be showcasing that thing once again to you, right? So that we have a fair idea, right? Give me a moment. And I will be sharing the scenario of the same case with you once again, so that we are able to link it up. Give me a moment. I'm sharing my screen once again. Yeah, so I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, sir.
Right. So the moment if I'm clicking on my case, let's say a case of for Amarachi silver art jewelry, right? So in this, are you able to see this abstract? This abstract is basically the case synopsis, right? So your abstract is the case synopsis with reference to things which is being out there, and you can have it with reference to your sellable point, so that you can place it up with reference to the things which is being out there. So your abstract is being displayed on the website for the case repository. So you have to mention each and everything which is possible in this particular regard in order to move across, right? So this is what you have to do with reference to your case synopsis. The very first thing what I've shared to you. The second important thing on which you have to diversify is the target group, right? Now understand, when you have written a course, when you've written a topic, when you've written a subject or sort of that, you must have three target groups in your consideration. One, UG, second, PG, and third is executives. Repeating, UG, PG, and executives. So if your case is of a very simple perspective, it can be used in UG. If it has a complexity, you can use it for PG. And if your case is having good industry backed up resources, integration of different concepts, and a little bit more complex, you can have it for the executive level as well, right? So when you're defining your target group, you have to focus on that which particular course it is being used, which particular program it can be used, which particular kind of audience it will be intended to, and the same thing you have to imbibe over here in this particular reference. Showcasing to you one of the sample by which you are able to understand the things, and you can develop the same things in that particular line, not verbatim, but at least you can mention certain points. Now I will be giving you certain time after a minute where you can work on these two things, and we can have the workable model for this as well. I'm showcasing the version of the teaching note which is being published by Case Center, right, which is out there, and you can see how your teaching notes look like as well, right? So yeah, is the screen visible? Yeah, right. So this is your teaching note, right? So like you have the case, similarly you have a teaching note which is also copyrighted, right? And you always have the name on your teaching note as well, right? So both the things is possible, right? So it might be that you have your authorship for a case. So it might be possible that both, in fact, any of the two faculty can collaborate, right? And both of them work on the case. One faculty may work around 20-30%, the another works on 60-70%, and then they develop a case. Both will have their name on the case, but let's say the faculty who worked only for 30% in the case, that contributed 100% to the teaching note. So you can have a teaching note exclusively on your name as well. Right? So it is your choice, right? So like I've said, for a teaching note, the very first thing you must have is your title, which is out there, and then have a case abstract or a synopsis, have a reading of this particular synopsis where I've categorically put across what the case is all about, right? So the case deals with the dilemma of whether to continue with existing segment or to add more segment, right? So over in the case, I have not mentioned this because this is what is the exact solution, the problem. But in the synopsis for the case, which is being available, I use all these things because this is how my case will be picked up for the teaching, right? And similarly, after that, I put across the different things under the target group, right? So you can see this case can be used for postgraduate students in business management, blah, 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 which particular module, right? How the session will be conducted, right? How the things will take place, and all those particular kind of things is available with reference to my target group, right? These two things are the building blocks for your case, right? Similarly, in your case origin toolkit, you have mentioned about your objectives. So the same objectives you can transport over here, right? As a learning objective, right? So we are now having clarity of three things, which is basically coming up with object to our case synopsis, our target group, and with our learning objective, right? So now I want to give roughly around maybe 7-8 minutes, right? And please write down certain pointers in your own diary or a copy with reference to your target group, with reference to your case synopsis, and do let me know if you face any problem in that, right? So please work on, write down your target group. Don't write sentences like this, but at least write down pointers, think on, so that it will be easy for you to recall further, and then you can develop lines around it, right? So idea is not to write each and everything. Idea is to write down pointers, because immediately you are able to think, right? So at least note down your pointers, and then we'll make a move on, right? So 5-7 minutes, because we have a limited time available. So I will be giving you only 5-7 minutes. Please work on. I'm putting upon both the things so that you are able to look it forward. Any query? So we have approximately 3 minutes more. Please work on, do put upon your viewpoints in chat box in case of you having any problem. Anyone having any problem? Can we make a move? Can we go to the next stage?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Great, right, thank you. So coming back to the next stage with reference to the case teaching is when you look forward for the next important parameter which is being out there, which goes across with your teaching strategy, right? Now, this teaching strategy is very, very important, right? Generally, if you look across the classroom size of the minutes duration, if I look across, is approximately 90 minutes, right? 90 minutes means that the teaching note should describe that how you will be spending 90 minutes using this particular case, right? So it is not mandatory to have 10, 10, 25, 25, 10, 10, whatever it is, but it is my way. You can have your own viewpoint how you want to spend 90 minutes. But generally what I do, I say that the first 10 minutes I will spend on giving about what exactly the case is, introducing them about the case, their viewpoints of the case, then about the industry, then maybe discussion on questions, right? Then maybe certain viewpoints which are contemporary in that particular regard, and then a closing down, right? So when we are looking upon this 90 minutes is just like the summarization of how you want to conduct your case class using different time levels into it. And you can introduce the case maybe in 5 minutes, then have a discussion for 15 minutes. So there is no hard and fast rule of this is how you have to spend your 90 minutes. But in a teaching strategy, for sure, you have to give the demonstration of 90 minutes, that how you will be spending those 90 minutes for your case, right? And when we are looking upon this 90 minutes, we are trying to give up that what topic you will be discussing on and what are the key takeaways in this particular regard. Right now, in this particular key takeaways, I just want to have a discussion with all of you on something which is not exactly case, but predominantly cut across all the things together in a teaching perspective. How many of you are aware of something called as the RBT? How many of you are aware of RBT, which is basically the revised Bloom's taxonomy? How many of you are aware of the revised Bloom's taxonomy or RBT? Anyone? If no, please type no so that I can understand you are not aware.
Nimit sir, I think some network issue from your end. So there is some connectivity issue. Sir will be joining soon. Yes, sir, you are clearly visible.
Yeah, I'm able to unmute. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Great, right. Thank you, thank you. All lot of network issues today. But so I was discussing with you regarding the revised Bloom's taxonomy. So how many of you are aware of the revised Bloom's taxonomy? Anyone who is aware of what is a revised Bloom's taxonomy? Yes, no? Am I audible, Dr. Neha?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Yeah, right. Great, great. So anyone who knows what revised Bloom's taxonomy is, if not, right? See, the revised Bloom's taxonomy basically says, right, that we are required, good Sonia, right? Sonica, in fact, right? We have to look it forward the action-oriented verbs, right? So it is just like your student should understand, right? The 6 levels, right, Dr. Vandana? Your student should have the understanding, remembering, and ultimately the level which goes on to the higher end is your creation, right? So when we are looking upon revised Bloom's taxonomy, my personal suggestion to each one of you is not only for this case writing, but generally whenever you develop your courses and when you conduct your classes, do keep this consideration into mind with reference to how you involve your students towards the highest level. And that is where we talk of lots versus pots, low order thinking skills versus high order thinking skills, right? So the high order thinking skills is where student can create, they can take a decision. So that is what your teaching strategy should also have. Your student can understand, remember, evaluate the things in the first part of your teaching strategy of first 20, 30, 40 minutes. But in the later minutes, he should be able to take a decision. The student should be able to create. The student should be able to evaluate, interpret, analyze. All those things can be possible when you look upon the revised Bloom's taxonomy in this particular regard. And that is the reason when we look upon with reference to the teaching strategy, right, you must have the things which goes on, right, the application of the theory in this particular reference. So I'm sharing my screen, right, where I showcase to you with reference to how we can look forward with reference to adoption of the similar thing with our case, right? So over here, I hope my screen is visible with reference to a time plan of my this teaching note that I spend around 5 minutes with the key points discussion and an initial warm up, right? With reference to the case, that what this case is all about, have you read the case, right? And the similar kind of things. Then the next 10 minutes, I put across on debriefing the case by the students in which they summarize the case, right? So when I take the teaching case teaching workshops, right, this is what we try to emphasize on, right? Because we have to train our students as well on how to go across with a case-based learning, right? And then perhaps for 3 questions which I put across, we have 3 different evaluations where we have understanding, evaluation, and the development or the creation. That is where your revised Bloom's taxonomy will become very, very handy in this particular regard, right? So always try to link it with the revised Bloom's taxonomy, and also from the future career perspective as well, because I see comparatively the faculty out here is quite younger, yet younger in the sense that they are in the early teaching phase of their life. People may call you junior, but junior is not the right word, because everybody else will start by zero, na? Because when I started my career of teaching, it is the day one for me as well, right? So it happens with everybody. So nobody is junior, nobody is senior. It is just like that you are comparatively in the first phase of your teaching career, right? So in that particular teaching career, when I started my journey 19 years down the line, there was no ABDC scopus of that particular predominance. and there was nothing called as outcome-based education, no accreditation. But now there are the things which are in demand. So all the accreditation agencies across the world, they want outcome-based education. They want proof of assessment. They want proof of learning. And that is why your Bloom's taxonomy becomes very, very important. Right? So make it sure your case time plan always correlates with your revised Bloom's taxonomy, and you have all this particular action-oriented verbs which goes across. And if you can see over here, it moving from understanding to evaluation to creation to apply, so that there is a level which is to be followed, right? Because this level will give them understanding 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth. So the level goes on, and ultimately you have a winding up or a concluding thoughts with reference to the closing of a case, right? So again, I'm reminding each of you that we are not developing this time plan or the things for the students. We are developing all these things for the instructor. Instructor may follow these things verbatim, or they may devise their own strategy, but this will give them a guideline and indication of how the case has to be moved up. Right now, over here, important point that there might be certain case teachers who do not go for the very first two, key point discussion or debriefing the case. They may come to the class and ask the very first question to any random person. It may be possible, because this is something which is being subjective by every individual faculty. So the idea over here is to give a rough plan so that we can analyze the things which can work on. Right? After this particular time plan, the next thing we have to work on is with reference to the different questions what we have to put across. But over here, if you look across, there are 3 different questions for discussion. And let me remind you, when we have not written any single question in the case. Right? We have not written any question in the case because these questions are basically out there in the teaching note, so that instructor can have these questions in the class. And if you write these particular questions in the case, student will think only about this. So they become myopic. They think only in this particular reference. So my journal request is, please don't write questions in the case, and try to avoid using those particular cases which are question based, because you are making a student to think on certain lines only. Business doesn't operate that way, right? It doesn't happen that business people will get a question framed by somebody and say that this find out a solution. They have to think the problem of themselves. They have to think of a question by themselves. Similarly, students also have to think of the question, think of the problem, and then they have to devise a solution. So over here, when you are writing a question for discussion, perhaps these are the 3 questions what you can look upon. One, eyeing towards the industry, because this has to be matched up with your objective, right? That's the second important thing, that your questions for discussion has a good matching with the objectives as well. So our first objective was that student was able to, in fact, a student is able to think upon the industry. So that is how you can devise the industry. Then you can have what are the drivers for a business card industry in India that you can have. And then that question, which is exactly the crux of the case, that if you were in the place of Akhil, who is the protagonist, which segment you would prefer and why, right? And then you have certain answers for this particular questions, which is out there, so that you are able to look across, right? For example, over there in growth drivers, I put across certain drivers in terms of whether they have a positive impact or a negative impact in that particular reference. And then in terms of segment, I have given my viewpoint in this particular regard, right? See, in certain cases, you may have your teaching note to be very, very elaborative, right? But in certain cases, you want to be very, very concise. Depends upon how much data your case is having. Like in my case, we have a data as well. So I have taken upon analysis of data as well, right? Where I've done a calculation so that the things can be taken care upon. Now, from where this calculation will come, I will let you know right now. Give me a minute. I'm resharing my screen. Give me a minute. Right, so this was my case which was showing to you. And in my case, in the annexure, I have showcased this. Are you able to see that? That the business is operating with three different segments, three different price ranges, different ticket size, different number of customers. And it is for the season time, and this is for the non-season time or a off-season time, right? So I've given these particular details in my case. And for the solution of the same, I have put across the things with reference to my teaching note in this particular reference, right? I'm just putting one to the halt so that we are able to see. Give me a moment. So when we are looking on with the solution for this, right, you are able to see the analysis of data working on, right, where you have different analysis on the basis of the price, money, the numbers which come into picture, and you put across the data in front of it, right? So this is what you can demonstrate with reference to your analysis of data and with reference to your questions, right? So this is how you go for the next phase of your teaching note, where you can have at least three questions and certain analysis of data out here, right? So like we are doing earlier as well, I will be giving you 5 minutes, only 5 minutes, for thinking of at least three questions in this particular regard, right? Think of three questions which you can think of, which can be an important questions for your case, right? Please think on. 5 minutes. It is 3:06 in my watch. 3:11 we will start again. So think of three questions in your mind referring to your case. Any doubts to anyone? Are we able to think upon 3 questions which are crucial for us? If any doubt, please put upon in the chat box. We have 1 minute more, and after that we'll be starting for the next phase. Right. So moving on to the next phase, right, which is the next part of the teaching note. So over here, we have to focus on about background reading, right? This background reading is basically the few articles which you think are very, very relevant with reference to your case, right? These articles can be newspaper articles, this can be magazine articles, this can be research papers, right? Or anything particularly which you want your students, right, would be able to know, understand, and that will act as a secondary resource for them in order to get more information about the same. Right now, why you are giving this background reading to the instructor? Because you want to give instructor the ready-made platter, right? So instructor need not to go on in searching about the different things, and from this he can put across certain pointers to the students that apart from this particular case, if required, you can use this particular thing as a background reading. See, over here, I want to mention one thing more, that we are looking cases not only from the classroom teaching perspective, but in foreign universities, these cases are being also used for assessment purposes. Right? So in foreign universities, the cases are being also given to the students as a part of assessment. So a case may be worth 15, 20, 30, 40 marks, in which a student have to write up the analysis or the write up for that particular case. And for that, they may require certain additional information, right? And that is what exactly you are supposed to put across in your background reading. So this background reading is something which is the supplementer of that particular case and can be used as an extra information material, which is a ready-made platter, like it said earlier, for your case instructor. Right? There are certain important factors to keep in mind while putting upon this background reading, that the background reading information should not collide with your in-text data. Otherwise, students will be in a fix, right? So your background information should be such which should be matching with your particular case text. It should not be that in your case you're writing that this industry is growing, but in the background reading it is shown that the industry is not growing. In that case, it will be a problematic situation, right? So you must have a thorough reading of this background reading, and only then you can look forward for this particular background reading, right? So this is very, very important, because if your background readings are being laid properly, effectively, it will help a student and an instructor as well to think beyond, right? After that, we will come to the last stage of your teaching note, though it is the last but the most important stage, which is experience of case usage, right? So in experience of case usage, you have to write down that your case is pre-tested with particular students, with which particular level, and in which particular course, right? And what are the important key points you have been given the consideration with, and whether you've incorporated your key points or not, all the things you have to put across in terms of your experience of a usage case, right? Where it is just like in a particular research, when you develop a questionnaire, you always do a pilot testing, right? That whether questionnaire is valid enough or not. Similarly, in a case, you do a pilot testing or a pre-testing, and the same thing, the experience of the same, you put across in terms of your experience of a case usage, right? So this all are the components of a teaching note which is being out there. Now, there are two important parameters I want to discuss on. One, generally, when I take these workshops, the common question comes in, sir, should we make the teaching note first or a case first? And the answer is you have to go simultaneously with both of them, right? Because what you think is either a part of a case or a part of a teaching note. So the moment you think of a particular solution, put it in the teaching note. The moment you think of a problem, put it in a case, right? And try to improvise both the things in parallel to each other, right? And that is why I'm saying that when you use your case in the classroom, you will find new questions, you will find new problems attached to it, maybe a new domain into it, or maybe a new solution into it, right? So try to have both case as well as teaching note working simultaneously, because that will help you in creating the things in totality, creating the things in one nutshell, and you're able to improvise both of them at one go. Otherwise, what will happen? You will become biased towards one thing, either towards a case or towards a teaching note, right? So my suggestion is both the things should go parallelly to each other, right? Now, second important thing, whatever be your case looks like, refer to your case origin toolkit. Whenever in the doubt, go back to your case origin toolkit, all right? Don't make any changes to your case unless and until it is required by your case origin toolkit. If you think that you need a substantial change, first change your case origin toolkit and then come back to the case. Because your case origin toolkit is just like your research proposal. So when we have done our PhDs, like most of you have done, your research proposal is the snapshot of your PhD, expected snapshot of your PhD. So if you want to change anything in your PhD, first change has to be done in a research proposal, right? So make it sure whatever be the change you want to do, the change has to be taken care upon with reference to your case origin toolkit first, and then the remaining things will come into picture, right? Till here, anybody having any particular query in mind with reference to a teaching note, please raise up your hand, or you can even type in the chat box. Anyone having any concern regarding the teaching note? Anyone? Fair enough. Now I will be showcasing to you how to move ahead, right? And I'm giving you the movement path, right? Now you are aware of how to develop a teaching note, how to develop a case, and you have a good skeleton available with you, right? Now for this good skeleton, when we look across where we want this case to be deposited, we have number of depositories like Case Center, Emerald, right? You have the Ivy, Harvard. So my suggestion is try to move up with your Case Center, because that will give you the first edge to move in, right? And I'm just showcasing to you that when you go to the Case Center, what exactly is your experience look like, right? So I'm just sharing my screen, And do let me know, are you able to see the case center? Is it visible? Right? Great. Right. So over here, when you look it forward in this particular regard, give me a moment here. Right. So the moment you go on writing cases, you have to go to online case submission. Right. So you have to go to this online case submission, and in this online case submission, you have the things which are available to you, which starts with something like this, right? So it gives you three options: create a new submission, view ongoing submissions, and view submitted products, right? So you will go to create a new submission. The moment you go to create a new submission, you will land up to this particular screen. Is that visible? Is it visible, right? Dr. Purnima, it is visible, right? Yeah, great, right. So over here, you can see that it is asking to you towards these particular things, right? Which is PDF, which is information about where the case has been taught, that is your pre-testing, and case release if your case is field research. Case release is basically the permission from the company if your case is a primary case, right? Which has involved with the permission of the company. If it is a secondary case or an armchair case, of course, no permission is required, right? And then you have to move on with reference to submit a new case. The moment you go on to submit the new case, right, you are being asked to select your organization. Right now, over here, I would like to tell you that anybody of you can become a member of Case Center without even a single dollar fee, provided you have your official email ID. Right? If you have your official email ID, you can become a member of a Case Center. They only want two things from you: an official email ID and the mentioning of yours with reference to the institution's website. So in your institution website, if your details, your photograph is being displayed, and if you have an official email ID, you can become a member without paying any single penny to them, right? And the moment you become a member, by default, your organization will be showcased over there, right? Like in my case, it is being showing my organization where I am working on, right? So the moment I select, right, then it gives me this particular phenomena, right? So the first thing it is asking to me is the select the type of case you wish to add. So as of now, they have two particular choices, which is a case or a video case, right? Because in today's scenario, a multimedia case or a video case is the latest development which is happening, right? And this is a very, very niche area. And in India, we have almost maybe 2-3% of cases which are only confined to video case. Most of the cases are, of course, a PDF case. So let's suppose if I click on a PDF, it will ask me to continue. And then it will be asking me these different kind of questions, that whether your case is a full-length case, a role play, a abridged version, or a background note, right? So generally we write the case which is a full-length case. That is what we have discussed, right? So we click on with this a full-length case. The moment we clicked on a full-length case, it asks us for a title, right? We already aware how to develop a title. What is a title, right? Then it asks us what is a data source. So like I've said, we have three basic sources, which is a secondary source, experience, or a research, field research, right? So you can choose among them, that whether it is a field research, a published resource, which is basically a secondary case, or a experience case. Make sense? No problem till here, right? Because this is what we have discussed till so far, right? Then it is asking you the language. By default, it will take English. Version date, they will put it by their own. Reference number, they will put by their own. Then it comes to the subject category. The subject category is the same thing what I have talked to you with reference to the case origin toolkit, right? So you can select your subjects which you want to move across, right? So everything what we have done is in the similar fashion, right? So you have this, and then you have your topic. You recall that I've talked to you about topic as well. So you can put upon 15 topics at max, right? And then it asks you about whether it confined to any sustainable development goal, because there are certain 17 goals which are out there, not a mandatory question. You can put across if you require to. Then it is asking about the geographical region. I've talked to you about the setting. In many of us cases, it is an India setting. So you can always pick upon with reference to the geographical setting as Asia in that particular regard, right? And then it is asking you towards a country in that particular region. And of course, you will go for India for that matter, right? No issues still here. Chale aage. Yeah, Dr. Purnima, are we clear enough till here? Right? After that, it is asking you the locality. So even if you want to have a local, very, very local case, you can put upon that particular thing, though it is not necessary, because this is a non-necessary question, right? And then you can go across for the time period. Then you have your learning objectives, which is a mandatory question. We have seen how to develop a learning objectives. So we can put upon learning objectives over here. Then they ask who is your intended audience. Like I said earlier, you have either of the three or two or three, which is UG, PG, or an executive, right? So you can go across over here, right? And then you have your case abstract, the same case synopsis, what we have developed for the teaching note. The same thing you can put over here, right? And then you can have any particular instructions which you want to look across, right? And then you can have your case PDF to be uploaded, right? So this is the format in which you can submit your case with reference to the case center, right? And once you done with this, the same thing happens with your teaching note, right? So in the similar fashion, they will ask you about the teaching note in this particular regard, right? So this is way by which we can go across and have the formal submission of our cases. And like I've showed to you earlier, if your case is being out there, the case will go for the revision, the case will go for the review, and in that particular review, the case will focus on with reference to that whether your case is confining to the things which is being required or not. And generally, they will take approximately a month or 45 days to review your case, whether it is right, wrong, language corrections, or anything of that particular sort. And then they put across the things to you. And then on the basis of that, they will be able to clear up your case. So like if you see over here, once you create a new submission like I've talked to you, you will automatically move on to this particular tab, which is view ongoing submissions. So once you submit your case will be out there and it will come under the pending, right? For example, in my case, if I look across, right? So if I go across in last 30 days, of course, there will be none. But if I look upon in last 6 months, so this is out here, right? So one of my case, which I've dealt with entry of Parle wheat flour in a market, I have submitted on 6th October, which is published as well, right? And the date of completion you can see over here, right? So this is out here. If I look upon rejected, so this says no, rejected, cancelled, nothing out there. So when you submit your case, it will come under the pending list, right? Once it is cleared with review and everything, right, the case will move, of course, towards the completed thing, right? Never ever it happens to me that my case is rejected or cancelled because they need Indian cases, more or less, right? So they give you very major revision, but generally they do not reject or cancel a case, more or less, unless it has some legal consequences or something of that particular sort, right? So Once your case is being accepted, submitted, everything happened, then you have the next thing which happens in this particular regard, and that is what is being out here, that from this view ongoing submissions, you can view submitted products. So view submitted products is basically those cases which are already accepted and are available in the case center for the review, right? And in this particular review, you can see one important thing, that the reference number is similar for case and a teaching note. The only difference is the case is ending with 1 and a teaching note is ending with 8, right? So this is how you can differentiate between the reference number, and you can showcase both the teaching note as well as the case in your resume, right? And that will be act as a contribution to the intellectual property, as well as your intellectual contribution to the body of research, right? And the cases which they found to be very, very useful, these cases will remain active and they can be utilized and used by anyone in that particular reference. For example, if I look upon this of my case, which is entry of parlay, so I can have my sales and usage from this particular tab, and it will give me the report of which particular case is being used where, right, in which particular territory, right, and all those particular stuff can be taken care upon, right? So that is how you are able to look it forward in this particular regard, and you are able to create a case based learning approach in that particular reference to it, right? So like I've said earlier, my concern over here, since Dr. Purnima is involved and I know Dr. Purnima from so long, is that we are not ending this workshop by today. I am happy to help and extended help, right? In which anybody of you, by the use of this WhatsApp medium, right, can have an interaction with me, and I can also handhold you in order to further write down your cases, right? And my suggestion, my viewpoint is that please make yourself a target, right, with reference to, let's say, we are right now sitting on 20th January, more or less, right? So you have approximately 2 months till the 1st April or so. So make it sure that you have a target of the 1st April, and before that, at least you have a first draft ready for a case as well as a teaching note, right? And then you can have your improvisations done, and before the next session starts, you have a case for you which you will use in your classroom, for which you have written that particular case, right? So let us make a target that in the next session, I would like to use my case in my classroom for the course for which I have developed that particular case, right? And I think that is a very reasonable target, keeping the current scenario into consideration and everything in this particular regard, right? So with this viewpoint, I am now open for questions for another 5-7 minutes, and then we will be going with the validatory session. Is it, Dr. Purnima? Yeah. So any questions, if you have, please either put up on a chat, or you can also raise up your hand and have a question with me. Anyone having any questions? On a lighter note, when we as a teachers become the students, we always behave like students. Huh? It happens. It's a human tendency.
I think the questions will be there when one starts writing. There will be a lot of doubts at that time.
Exactly.
And you have already offered your help to us, that you will be guiding even after the workshop, and we'll be happy to take your guidance after that also.
My pleasure.
So I think, does anyone has any questions? So one more time, I'll ask the participants. Otherwise, we'll move ahead. Okay, sir, I think we can move ahead with our session today. So on behalf of Lloyd Business School, I would like to thank you, Dr. Nimit Gupta, for such insightful workshop. And I would like the participants to keep staying back and also fill up the feedback form, which is being circulated in the chat box. And now I would like to invite Dr. Purnima Madan, who is also Deputy Head Research Cell at Lloyd Business School, to kindly conclude the session by proposing a vote of thanks. Dr. Purnima.
Thank you, Dr. Famina. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Honorable President Sir, Mr. Manohar Thirani, respected Group Director, Professor Dr. Vandana Arora Sethi Ma'am, and respected Director, Professor Dr. Ashok Tiwari Sir, for providing immense opportunities for building a culture of research acumen at Lloyd Business School under their dynamic vision and able guidance. On behalf of the entire management, faculty, and participants, I extend my hearty gratitude to the resource person for today's FDP, Professor Dr. Nimit Gupta, sir, for delivering a highly enlightening and meaningful session. Thank you so much, sir. I take this occurrence to thank the head research cell, Dr. Famina Khalik, and the entire team of research cell, Dr. Imad Ali, sir, Dr. Ruchika Garg, Ms. Neha Isser, Dr. Dolly Gaur, Dr. Tafeem Bashir for their facilitation to make this FDP a success. Thanks to all the participants for attending the FDP. Looking forward to organizing more of such events and participation from all of you. Thank you. May I now request all the participants and dignitaries to kindly switch on their cameras for a group photo.
They all feel like tortured by me for the day long. Huh? No smiles on face.
Sir,
It's
actually,
not
they
at
are
all
now
like
more,
that, sir.
they are more concerned now how to write cases. That is the stress. Now they have a task in
See,
hand.
right. And in fact, the one thing which we all miss in the virtual mode of workshops or conferences is the exotic lunch we used to have in the between, right? So that is one thing we all miss, right? But nevertheless, this is one of the good ways by which we can move on. And like you said earlier as well, cases are for future, right? So that is very, very important.
Sir, we'll have more sessions like this. This is just the beginning. And we'll be inviting you over and seeking your guidance and help for future workshops as well. And I would also request,
Sure, my pleasure.
Yeah, the participants who have joined from external institutes to also be a part of other workshops that we'll be having in future. And of course, then we can plan a lunch.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I think the photograph has been taken. I request everyone to turn on their cameras. Dr. Neeta, Neha ma'am, Hani ma'am, Dr. Adeyemi. Dr. Adeyemi is an international participant of our workshop. Okay, I think that is it. So Dr. Imad, is the picture taken? Okay, great. All right, thank you once again, sir. Dr. Nimit Gupta and all the participants and the research cell team. We all will meet again for the next